Good afternoon, trustees. We will just check for quorum before we get started. Trustee Arts is present. Trustee Gauss? Trustee Laskin? Trustee Nunziata?
Trustee Nunziata present.
Thank you. Trustee Pay? Trustee Raja Kulasingham? Trustee Swiskanda Raja? Trustee Patel? Trustee Chen? Trustee Pay? Trustee Pay, just confirm that you're present, please.
Present. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have quorum.
Yeah, you mentioned the guy again was in the.
Okay, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Those who can stand, please stand for the land acknowledgement. So we acknowledge that we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Miigwech. So our first item on the agenda, number 2, is the approval of the agenda. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Trustee Laskin. And I need somebody online.
Trustee Pay.
Thank you. Are there any questions about the agenda?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I want to move a motion to move the agenda 7.4 to before 6.1.
Sorry. So Trustee Pay,
Yeah.
we ordered the agenda in this order because there's lots of staff here for the other policies. We assume that that P100 is going to be more discussion, and we'd like to get through the other policies first, rather than having a larger group of staff wait around for us to finish with P100.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so just so we're clear, the order that the agenda is in today was intentional so that the policies that we expect to be quicker, we can send the staff home when we're done. Thank you. And where we have to take more time, we will take more time. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the agenda, say aye. Any opposed? Any opposed?
But thank you for your support.
So the next is declarations of possible conflict of interest. Does anybody have a conflict of interest to declare? Okay, yeah. Hearing none, could trustees who are not member of the committee and are online, please identify themselves. And I see Trustee Hassan is in the room and
good evening, Trustee King
Klein
is online.
Sorry.
Trustee Williams here.
Oh, yes, sorry. Also, Klein is in the room. Trustee Klein is in the room. Thank you. So their next item on the agenda is delegations. So, right, into my script. So delegations allow for the public to address the committee and are designed to ensure members of the public can provide information and perspective to trustees as we navigate the decision-making process. Delegates are reminded that they are to provide input in a respectful and constructive manner and should not engage in any behavior that is contrary to the board's code of conduct, the human rights policy, or delegations procedures. We have 18 delegations tonight. You will each have 3 minutes to present your delegation. You will hear a bell ring at the end of your time. Trustees may then ask questions of clarification following your delegation as well. For those who haven't been here before, questions of clarification are not a back and forth discussion. So from time to time, we have people ask questions of trustees, but trustees will not be responding. I will also remind people for confidentiality purposes and to protect everyone's privacy, not to discuss or identify specific members of staff or students. And our first delegate is Michael Teper. Is Michael here? So Michael, if you can press *6 to unmute. By specific members of staff.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can. Thank you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and trustees. You've heard from me before in prior years about the student interest program admission policy. I make no secret of it that I'm very disappointed in the decision that was taken a few years ago to move away from merit or achievement or audition or examination criteria to one of the random selection process. I think is a matter of fundamental fairness that admission to these programs should not be based on luck. We don't elect trustees based on luck, and I think that it would be only fair that if trustees thought that luck was the most effective way of and most ethical way of selecting trustees, that they would flip the coin 3 times, and if they get 3 heads in a row, that they would agree to run for office again. The other problem with the random selection process is that it demonstrably dilutes the quality of the program itself. And I did a quick check of the University of Waterloo's results in the grade 9 to grade 12 math contests, Pascal and Euclid. And it's very clear that the program results for students in grade 12 in the Euclid contest this year placed schools such as Mackenzie Collegiate in the top 8 in Canada. Whereas in the grade 9 level, which are the students who are in the cohort that are randomly selected, they don't even rank. And if Canada is intending to go it alone with a elbows up policy, we need graduates who are proficient at the international level in the STEM subjects. And if we are not maintaining high performance programs in the public school system, that's going to have a detrimental effect on the Canadian economy. I don't think that's a good idea. And finally, I think that random selection sends a really weird message to both the winners and losers of the lottery. To those who lose, it's sending the message, well, the school board thinks you're a number and doesn't care about you. And if you want to get ahead in life, well, then you better get yourself some rich family to bankroll you and send you to University of Toronto schools or Upper Canada College, because those are the schools that are winning the math contest as a team. And to the winners, it says, well, congratulations, but there's not much to congratulate you about. You were just lucky. And the program that you're going into it might be able to help you, but probably not that much, because your fellow students won't be all that qualified for the program. The program won't be able to be all that more intense than what you're already experiencing. And so you won something, but not much. So for all of those reasons, I think that random selection is a very unfortunate method of selecting students for these programs. And quite frankly, everyone pays taxes for these programs. And if we're going to be offering them on a random basis, then it raises a more fundamental question of why bother offering them at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from trustees?
Question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Thank you, Michael Teper, for your deputation. I have a couple of questions. Number one, I think you mentioned that as lottery system is going to dilute the quality of the program. Can you elaborate on this? Clarify why you see there's going to be a dilution regarding the quality.
Well, for a lot of the programs, such as the math and science programs, they expect a certain level of proficiency in the subject matter that exceed those of the general Ontario curriculum. And that level of proficiency is necessary to establish a baseline of knowledge and skill that is developed from there. It's very difficult, if not impossible, to develop the level of proficiency and knowledge to create a team of math contest winners at the national and potentially international level if you're still dealing with a cohort of people who might be interested in math but are still struggling to meet the basic requirements of the Ontario curriculum. It's the same in music, it's the same in visual arts, it's the same in dance. If you're dealing with a cohort of students who are struggling and working hard in order to meet the basic requirements, and I'm not being judgmental about it, that's just the reality, then it becomes a monumental, if not an impossible task to build proficiency to the level of international and national level competition.
So, okay, thank you, Michael, for your answer. So my follow-up question is, you're talking about, current situation regarding, the U.S., putting a lot of tariff, to our country, and we need a build and, strong next generation. So if you think the lottery is not a solution, what's the solution for the future generation regarding their education?
I think we need a very strong cohort of graduates who are ready for the demands of the employment market in Canada and the international markets. If we want to be able to compete with the very best that other nations have to offer, we need a very strong public school system that generates highly qualified graduates. And if we are thwarting the ability of some of our students to achieve what they are potentially able to achieve, then we are essentially creating a two-class system on a pure economic basis, which is those who have the financial resources will seek their fortunes in the private sector, and those who can't will be subjected to enforced mediocrity.
That's a wonderful answer. I really appreciate it for your insight, Mr. Teper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from trustees? None online? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Teper, for coming today.
Thank you.
Could trustees who joined the meeting since we started please identify themselves? Thank you. Trustee Patel, could you confirm that you're in the meeting?
Trustee Patel is here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next delegate, this in person or online? Online. Our next delegate is Madison Stewart from Food for Good. And this is in relation to Feeding Minds, strengthening oversight in school food policy. So Madison, if you're able, please click *6 to unmute.
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Mike, and I'm championing the presentation on fueling minds. Madison is part of our team, and I want to thank the board for the opportunity for this delegation to share an important message. The board has had an opportunity to see our TED Talk, and I hope you did enjoy the message. It's bringing awareness to the importance of government and governance and policy around food structures programs. What we can do collectively by having good infrastructure, thought of is improving our grade point average for our school board by 4%. There's opportunities for improvements, and we believe that through strong leadership, through the school board and this important committee, that great minds can come together to think of ways of being able to strengthen the programs, the policies that we have, to be able to give our children the best opportunity for success. Thank you for your time. My delegation is short and sweet. Our TED Talk is more about sharing the message about the opportunities that we can gain by just building some very good infrastructure around our policies that are strong, the PPM 150. I'll open it up to see if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. Can you confirm, did you send us a link to your TED Talk?
Yes, we did.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. First, I have Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you very much for the delegation. I did have an opportunity to read what was submitted and to watch a bit of the video. And my question is, with the suggestion of an oversight committee, can you just clarify who you're seeing or who you're suggesting that committee might be comprised of? And I'm specifically wondering about internal departments such as nutrition or folks that have responsibility for wellness, or if you're suggesting some external resources or sector that might be involved in that oversight.
Thank you so much for the question. Very good question. Very good question. One of the things that could be thought of, it's really the leadership within the school board to kind of come to the table and decide the importance of it, and then find the right people within your organization. You suggested a nutritionist. I think that's a great person to look at the governance around the policy to see if there's gaps. So engaging great leaders within the school board, I think it starts there. Once you're able to identify if there's gaps and what those gaps are, it's trying to understand how you can go about addressing those gaps, and that could be internal processes or advocating to government. But I think it starts with the leadership at the board, kind of understanding there are consultants out there, but I think those are available once you as a board have decided if there are gaps and how you want to address them.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I think what I'm hearing is a suggestion for an interdisciplinary type approach, which I appreciate. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Are there
ma'am.
any other questions? Are you online? No. So I don't see any other questions. So I want to say thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Next on the list we have, and I apologize if I get your name wrong, so please clarify, Thomas Giglione from the Ontario Alliance of Parents' Rights in Education. Is Thomas on? Thomas, you can go ahead and press *6 to unmute. Thomas, can you press *6 to unmute? Okay, Thomas, I'm going to go to the next speaker and then we'll come back to you. And just a reminder for speakers online to please turn off sound on your computers or, oh, sorry, Thomas, you're unmuted. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh,
Yes,
perfect.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees and committee members. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Thomas Giglione. I'm a retired educator who taught grade 11 English literature, a father of three children who attend James S. Bell, and I'm the vice chair of the Parent Council. I'm also a court-appointed mediator and arbitrator for the Ministry of the Attorney General, licensed in Ontario to conduct workplace investigations, and a trainer in diversity, equity, and inclusion. For over 25 years, I've worked as a neutral in conflict, helping people feel heard, respected, and empowered. I've also spent 5 years volunteering with the Canadian Mental Health Association, offering community-based support to families in crisis. Today, I'm proposing the creation of an independent community advisory committee focused on fairness, transparency, and human rights and TDSP investigations. I'm offering to build and support this initiative pro bono, including developing a multilingual website with AI chatbot, a tool that lets parents ask questions and get guidance in any language 24/7. Why does this matter? Because far too many parents don't understand their rights or the proper protocols for complaints. They feel overwhelmed, excluded, and unheard, especially those navigating language barriers or who lack access to impartial information. Unlike existing structures, this committee will act as a neutral bridge, not an arm of the TDSP, but independent support for families. It won't duplicate PIAC. Instead, it will provide real-time help, DEI, informative guidance, and culturally aware advocacy rooted in procedural fairness and legal accountability. I've already spoken to many parents, educators, and community members to support this. I pick up my children every day at school, but most importantly, I'm not asking for funding. I'm donating my time, skills, and platform to help families access a voice they can trust. Because when parents feel heard, schools become stronger, safer, more equitable for everyone. I respectfully ask for your support in forming this much needed advisory body. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. First on the list, we have Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for your deputation. Can you help me understand what you think the trustee role is? Because I'd like some clarity, because in your description of what parents need, for me, that's the role of the trustee.
Yes. Well, I had an issue at James S. Bell back in September, and I'm not going to name any names.
I don't think you should be speaking to specific schools or personnel.
Okay. Well, I've had several issues with some parents complaining that trustees don't get back to them in sometimes in over a month. And that happened to me. And often trustees, they have a great job and everything, but I feel that they can't act as a neutral. I'm a court-appointed mediator. I teach HR personnel. I taught at York University law students how to remain neutral. And in conversations that I've heard with parents, they feel that that when they're speaking to, it doesn't have to be a trustee, but anyone in the parental protocol, they don't feel that they're speaking to a neutral.
Thank you.
Next, we have Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you, Thomas, for the deputation. Similar question that I had of the previous delegate. Can you just help me understand what expertise you're suggesting would help comprise this advisory committee that you're recommending?
Well, right now it's myself that's doing the initiative, but like I said, I'm the co-chair of the parental committee. I'm going to be running as chair. I have many parents that would who feel that this is very much needed, and they would volunteer their time, as they do with the parental council committee. And I would invite others in other jurisdictions and other schools to join and to volunteer their time for this neutral body.
Thank you.
There's no cost. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So I think what I'm hearing is that the suggestion would be the committee would be comprised of parent community. Second question,
Correct.
I just wanted to clarify is you have a suggestion for the name Ontario Parent Rights in Education, and I'm just zoning in on that parent rights clause, and I'm wondering if there is any association to any anti-2S LGBTQ type position.
That's a good question. I don't believe I don't belong to any political party. I'm not an advocate for any rights groups. I'm not a member for any. In fact, I was out of the country for many years and just returned after a year and a half. So I'm not affiliated with any groups, special interest groups, political groups. I'm not funded by anyone. This is completely pro bono.
Thank you. And again, just wanted to clarify picking that up from the name that you suggested. And those are all the questions for me. Thank you.
Okay.
Trustee Pei, go ahead.
Here, through you, thank you, Thomas, for your delegation. Have you heard about the parents, advisory committee at the TDSB?
Yes, I believe I mentioned them. I'd like to respond to that. Okay, just give me a second. I am familiar with them. While PAC provides important high-level guidance on parental engagement, this proposal is not a duplication. PAC does not assist parents on a case-by-case basis, especially when they're navigating emotionally charged rights-based complaints. This CAC would work at the ground level, offering procedure help, DEI-informed advocacy, and real-time support for families, something that no current structure offers presently. It complements PAC by addressing the growing gap between policy and lived experience.
Trustee Bay, did you have more questions?
Oh, okay. I thought, okay, it's finished. Okay, my next question is, you mentioned that is you want to create this as, CEC committee. Just in your mind, how that, at the board, we can create that committee? Why we have a PIAC already?
But I just already mentioned that this is different.
So you finished?
It's not a duplication. Yes, it's not to assist parents on a PAC currently, sir, does not assist parents on a case-by-case basis, especially when they're navigating emotionally charged rights-based complaints. Okay, PAC, I had some familiarity with PAC, and they don't have the expertise, for example, from my background, being a neutral and a trainer for neutrals.
Okay.
And I'm a retired educator. I've taught Ontario curriculum, grade 11, in a private high school in Hamilton in 2005. So I'm familiar with the curriculum, Ontario curriculum, and so I'm a parent of three children, and I'm also on the parental council for where my three children attend school.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Trustee Hastings?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes,
My name is Dennis Hastings, and I'm interested in what you're saying. And do you have could you send us a written dialogue of what you just delivered?
I'd be happy to.
You can address it to me or you can address it to the committee. But in any case, why, and just for clarification, why do you think PAC doesn't do what you think it does?
Well, number one, I'm a parent. Okay. I think like a parent, I'm not an organization. I'm not a big organization. I'm not asking for funding. I'm not getting funding. And I have the expertise to act as a neutral. I know how to go through the bureaucracy of going through the parental protocol. I've been through that myself. And a lot of parents I talk to every day when I pick up my children are frustrated because they feel like they're dealing with a bureaucracy. And they feel that any affiliated organizations, current affiliated organizations, are not true neutral bodies. They feel that when they're talking to whoever, they feel that there's a bias and they're not being heard, especially in their language. I'm paying $20. I will pay $20 a month for an AI bot to communicate with any parent in any language. I really believe in AI is the future, and using that to integrate and communicate with parents. So no, I don't see actually any similarity with regards to PIAC. This is a very different proposal, and I'd be happy to send you a written proposal that outlines the basic differences. And by the way, I was only allowed 3 minutes today in my presentation. Okay, great. Okay, so I hope I explained everything, and if I didn't, I'd be happy to send you a one-page proposal.
I would appreciate that, and I do see a similarity between you and PIAC. It's actually there. That's one of my advocates. I've been doing this for years.
Well, sir, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be blunt with you. I'm sorry. I might be breaking protocol. Yeah.
You're not.
I had in September, I was elected at James S. Bell in September as a co-chair. I had an issue myself with my children regarding my children.
Thomas?
Yes. And PIAC didn't get back to me in 60 days. Yes. 60 days.
Thomas?
Yeah.
Thomas,
Yes.
we need to not talk about specific schools and staff, and also Trustee Hastings' time is up. Do we have any other trustees?
Okay, who do I email this document
sorry,
to?
I will clarify. You did send a written delegation, so Trustee Hastings and other trustees. The written delegation from Mr. Giglione is already in your agenda package for today's meeting. So we did get it.
But it hasn't been updated. I would like to send an updated version if I can, because
so
that was
sent
with an application.
You can send that to the delegates email that you contacted earlier, and that will be sent to all of us.
Got it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for talking with me.
Yes.
Anyone else? No. Seeing no other trustees for questions, thank you very much, Thomas, for coming today. Our next delegate is Zara Carridon McDonald from Rosedale. And this is on policy P100, the student interest programs.
Good evening, esteemed trustees. I'm here today on behalf of the Rosedale Heights student body to delegate against the application of the principal transfer policy to our school. For those who don't know, this is a policy that allows the board to move principals out of their school after 5 years.
Madam Chair, is this in order? We shouldn't be talking about a particular school.
So just to clarify that it's not appropriate for us to talk about particular staff, students, in this format. So if you are speaking generally to policies, that's fine. But could you please leave identifying information out of your delegation?
All right. All right. Apologies.
If it's a personnel, this is not the forum for personnel issues.
Sorry,
Those
this is
are
my daughter, and she did not know.
It's fine. I'll talk about the policy for the lottery. I'm fine. I can do that too. Yeah, it's fine. Okay.
So your delegation asks to speak on the lottery system.
Yes.
Um,
I don't believe that this system is fair, particularly for how it affects the climate of specialty schools, not only just with the programs, but also with the people who go there. A lot of the students who go there now do not have any interest in the arts. Several people, you know what, is it considered talking about specific people if I just say that people at my school don't?
as long as you're not identifying
Oh,
specific people, you can talk in generalities.
From my experience, I've heard many people in my grade complain about having to go to an art school and how they think it's annoying. And I find that incredibly unfair to people who really desperately wanted to get in and who worked very hard, who were not allowed in simply because the lottery said they weren't admitted. They are very talented and work incredibly hard at what they do. And the people who get into our school end up skipping classes, not caring about their art selectives at all. And their reasons for going to this school are just because their friends are there. And this is most evident in my grade, which is the first year that the lottery system was applied to Rosedale. No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Just keep going.
I'm so sorry. I don't think it's fair that the students who get in don't have to put in any effort. I think they should at least make an application and then be put into a lottery. If they only have to check a box to claim that they're interested in something, they're not even putting in the work. Pardon?
Keep going, Zara. Thank you
So
for
sorry.
listening.
Do you have a question? I'm so sorry.
Sorry, the process here is if we have a question to ask of the delegate after they finish talking, we put our hand up so they can notice. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm very sorry.
Sorry.
Continue, Zara. We're listening. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry, I wasn't prepared for this topic specifically. From experience as well, the program, it also not specifically, sorry. The climate in school definitely changes because a lot of the students, I don't know how to talk about this without.
Take your time. It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
No. You're great.
It's fine.
No, sit down, sweetheart. Sit down. You're great.
Any
You can ask
questions?
questions, and it's good.
Got it.
Okay?
So sorry. I'm so
Okay.
sorry.
We have lots of opportunity for questions. So first on the list, I have Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much. And thank you for coming in about your own experiences at a particular school based upon the change in the policy.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know how to continue talking about it without school, so it's fine.
Sorry, what I wanted to ask you is based upon that experience and what you are telling us in terms of students should have to make an application, they should have to show interest, etc. I was just wondering if you had the chance to review what staff are suggesting goes out for consultation, because the points that you are making is included in some of the questions that will go out in the consultation for a revision to this policy. So I wanted to draw your attention to that to make sure that students take an opportunity to respond during the time for consultation so that we can hear directly from students their experience and their suggestions for improving the current policy. Because it sounds like you've got suggestions for improving the current policy. So I just wanted to make sure that your point about application before any sort of lottery to show interest needs to be potentially covered in what is being consulted on. So that was the point I wanted to make. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Trustee Sriskandarajah.
Hi, Zara. Through you, Madam Chair, I just wanted to say I really appreciated your delegation. I know this is a really intimidating space, but we really appreciate you coming. I think we make a lot of decisions at this table, and often we don't get to hear from students directly. So it took a lot of courage, and I think it's really important that all of us listen to the feedback, because I think it's really important to hear how the policy is impacting schools on and students on a day-to-day basis. And I think you did a fabulous job of just illustrating what this actually looks like in practice. And I think it's voices like yours that is propelling us to make changes to the policy. So I hope you continue to advocate. And I just want to share that I'm just amazed at how brave you are. I don't think at your age, I would have even imagined coming into a space like this. So I just really wanted to share how much I appreciated you sharing your feedback, because I think it's really important.
Thank you, Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, Zara, I want to thank you for your bravery to come to this board to delegate. I want to, just take on, Trustee Sukandrata's comments. At your age, I'm not even thinking about coming to this room at all. Okay, and you spoke really well. I do have a few questions.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. One question I want to really ask you is that you mentioned that the atmosphere at your school dramatically changed after lottery. Can you just elaborate that to me, please?
Yes, previously at our school was very known for being incredibly inclusive of both LGBTQ plus and neurodiverse students. That has slightly changed. The older grades also acknowledge it. They, first of all, the older grades don't think we deserve to be here because of the lottery. Several of them are very vocal about that. But aside from that, there's not exactly bullying, but just a lot of the students who are at our school now are not as accepting and will make fun of you if you are neurodiverse or LGBTQ plus anything. I find that I have a great group of people there. Me and my friends, we find that we accept each other and it's okay. But for other students who don't have those connections, it can be very isolating at our school, especially in the lower grades, like grade 9 and 10 that were admitted through the new lottery system, with students who reminds me of bullying I experienced at other schools. It's not great.
Okay, my follow-up question would be, you're talking about the experience for grade 9 or 10 who is admitted by lottery system. They're certainly unique, right, at your school. So their experience were different from the grade 11 and the 12 students, right? So can you elaborate to me, it's like how different they are?
The grade 11, 12s were not referring to their current experience. They were referring to when they got to the school. That it's very different now. There's just people don't care about what they're doing. And it's really frustrating to me as someone who was on the wait list briefly that they're at school, they're not caring about the arts, they're posting really frankly horrible things online sometimes about other students. This was always kind of present at every school, but it wasn't as present. So sorry.
Okay, thank you very much, Zara. That was wonderful. Really appreciate it for coming down.
Trustee Pei,
Okay.
your time is up.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
So Trustee McLean, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. Zara, I want to join my colleagues and congratulate you for, it's always great for us to hear student voice, which has been shared, and it's admirable. When I was your age, I just accepted that that's the way that things were, and I certainly wasn't looking to push back or think that that was possible. And the fact that you would come here today and share your perspectives and advocate for what you believe in is is really cool. So congratulations to that. And thank you for coming and sharing your perspectives. And I understand the frustrations around people signing up for the lottery system to enter a program that you don't believe that it's been your experience that they're not committed to enjoying the benefits of. So I guess I'm looking to see from your experience and your perspective, were there students, did you witness any students that might have started in a position that they were less talented but interested, and then in the course of their time in the program actually were able to make good progressions about the programs that were offered and whatnot? Like, so were there kids that joined the dance program, for example, that maybe didn't come from a dance program but were really interested in it and then really applied themselves and got a lot out of the program?
Yes, that definitely I have noticed with some people that I know. Specifically, I'm not in the dance program, I'm in visual arts. So specifically, I know several people who came to the school who were, I'm not gonna say less talented, less experienced. And now they make amazing art. It's beautiful. They care about what they do. My concern is mostly just for people who apply to the school, who don't have an interest, who don't have the passion for it, who are very, and it's not like I'm just assuming this, they're very vocal about not wanting to be at Rosedale and complaining about it, and it's hard to hear. So
Okay.
there are people who have significantly improved thanks to the benefits of our programs, though. It's quite nice to see.
Great. Thank you. And thank you for the observation. And again, thanks for coming and sharing your perspectives.
Okay, that's all on the list for questions. Thank you again very much for, sorry, Trustee Klein, I did miss your name. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. And through the chair, Zara, you were so brave to do that. I don't think I could have done that. So are you in grade 11 or 12?
Grade 10.
You're grade 10. Okay, you're grade 10.
That's why
Oh my gosh.
It's also not great for students who do get in, because a lot of us feel like we don't deserve to be at Rosedale, even like the ones who have the talent and the practice and the passion for it. We're like, dude, would we have gotten in otherwise? This isn't.
Well, you've done a wonderful job here sharing your opinion, and I do appreciate that. And I also say this as an art mom, and I too have probably, like you, tried to get oil paint off the wall and the carpet. We are art moms, and so I understand very emotionally from where you're coming from, because it's my life as well. So I wanted to ask you, do you have any ideas of how maybe we can change this process? It was an audition.
Trustee Klein, sorry. These are questions of clarification. So I was going to provide that reminder afterwards.
Sorry. You did mention earlier in your speech about you did mention earlier in your speech how this could be maybe like a combined audition / lottery. Like, I was wondering if you could just tell me more about your thoughts. You mentioned that earlier in your speech of how the entrance could change.
I don't think the lottery system as a whole, it could work if the students had to put in effort into their applications. Because how it's set up currently is you don't have to submit anything or any proof of the work you've put in or any proof of your interest in a particular subject. You don't have to submit a painting or a rendition of a song, for example. You just have to check a box and that's it. And then you're put into the lottery and go to art school and not do art. And it's frustrating. I feel like there should be a submission process where students have to put in some kind of application for their particular chosen field. And not so much that it should be judged on the quality, since there are students from less advantaged backgrounds who wouldn't have the access to materials like really good paint or dance classes, but who could submit something like some proof of their passion for the arts. then I think the lottery would be able to work, because then those students would be given a chance to improve and to say that, yeah, they deserve a chance too. But that would also then dissuade the students who are just going there because their friends are going there, because then they're like, oh, I don't want to put in a drawing. I don't even like to draw. So then those students are just so sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now, I don't see seeing no more questions. Thank you very much for coming. If you also had a written delegation, make sure that it's sent to the delegates at TDSB email, and then that gets shared. Written delegations can be shared then with all trustees of the board, as opposed to just the people in the room right now.
The problem with that is this was the
Is it
one I was
handwritten?
talking about at the beginning, that
No worries.
No worries about that.
I-
So just to clarify for future speakers coming up as well, because this is a public session, it's problematic if people identify students, and it is highly problematic if you identify personnel matters, like specific staff. And so I would repeat my request for delegates coming up to refrain from bringing up specific cases where an actual person could be identified from your delegation, but the written delegations only come to trustees.
Okay.
So that's
I
fine.
apologize for my speech being so disorganized. I prepared for a completely different one.
Okay.
Thank you for
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Online for the next one? Oh, no, sorry, in person. Okay, next on our list is Michael Danishevsky.
Michael's good.
Okay, and so Michael, you can go ahead.
Okay. I have some props. I asked Harry to help me out. Can you hear me? Is this good?
Yeah, perfect.
Excellent. Okay, hello trustees. I'd like to raise a concern about TDSB's academic decline, specifically under the lottery admission process for specialized programs. With only 3 minutes to speak, I'm hoping these charts can help me a bit speak for themselves. Charts. Both charts are TDSB results on the National Math Contest. One chart covers grade 10, where students had 1 year of lottery system. The other chart is for grade 9, where students had 2 years under the new policy. Beginning with the grade 10 results, each year, the top row shows the highest ranking TDSB school in Canada. In 2020, Earl Haig placed second nationally. In 2021 through 2024, a different set of schools all ranked within top 5 every single year. But in 2025, first year impacted by the lottery, the top TDSB school dropped to 21st place. It's also worth noting that these top performing schools include a mix of both specialized and non-specialized programs. Now, grade 9 contest. Prior to the lottery, TDSB schools regularly placed in the top 5 nationally. As recently as 2023, TDSB captured second and third spots. In 2024, which is the first year affected by the lottery system, TDSB placed 10th. In 2025, that dropped to 25. What's striking is the impact of the lottery appears more damaging than COVID disruptions. This isn't just about a few specialized schools. The decline is system-wide. I think your goal was the interest-based admission lottery to spread academic achievement more evenly across the system, but the opposite is happening. Specialized schools are declining, so do other schools. When I read policy P100, I see 2 main elements. First one, the racial equity goals. I recognize this is a complex topic, and I will not speak to it in detail, only to say, yes, it is possible to achieve equity and academic excellence. They can coexist, that's fine. However, the second element, the random lottery, makes it impossible to sustain high academic standards. The data shows this approach is hurting both specialized and non-specialized schools. And unfortunately, based on the current pattern, we may only be seeing the beginning of this decline. Thank you.
Thank you. So questions from trustees, and we have Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. Thank you, Michael, for your delegation. I have a few questions to ask you. Number one is, I do see your charts. I do see you mentioned about the performance. So why did you concentrate your delegation or your results showing just for grade 9 or 10?
Thank you for the question. So, thank you. Sorry, I was under a huge time crunch. The reason why I'm concentrating grade 9 and 10, those are the only grades so far that have been impacted by the lottery. So right now we're in a position where grade 9 students, we have 2 cohorts that went through the lottery system and we can see their results. And in grade 10, we only have 1 cohort that's impacted. Those cohorts are impacted in a material way compared to what is going on with pre-COVID, with pre-lottery system cohorts. What's interesting is if you look at grade 9, it's not only where the top school is, it's also how many schools are in the top 50. It's the quality is dropping and the number of schools that are making it to this top section is also dropping. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you also mentioned about this lottery system on the future impact. Can you clarify with me what do you mean by future impact? So are you suggesting results will continue to decline with the lottery system?
So I want to break it up into 2 parts, your question. It's a great question. Part of it is unavoidable. Next year, grade 11 TDSB results will drop. Math contest results, they don't happen out of thin air. This takes years and years of team building and practice and preparation. So I can tell you right now with full certainty that next year, grade 11 results will drop. You will have 2 cohorts of grade 10 results that will drop. And it is extremely likely that you will have a 3rd grade 9 cohort with similarly bad results, unless something is done immediately.
Okay. You also mentioned that, interest does not automatically translate into academic success. So could you clarify that to me?
Yes, I'm a co-chair at William Lyon Mackenzie, one of the schools that does have this program. I can tell you right now that the biggest discussion that we are having every single time the parent council gets together is what courses are being cut. And the reason why we're having that discussion is because the school cannot fill enough courses. It started with science, specifically biology, if that's interested. It is spreading to computers. It is spreading to mathematics. When we think we're admitting people based on interest, I am telling you, they're not even interested to sign up for a class. This is not a matter of how much they achieve in that class. They don't want to take those classes. The number of students that are signing up is decreasing considerably. And this is a very serious concern for a school.
Okay, that's your time.
Thank you, Mr. Michael.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions from online? None online? Trustee Hastings?
Work? Oh, it does. My name's Dennis Hastings. Thank you for coming down. Thank you for shining a floodlight on that. Have you, before this, noticed any of this floating around? Have you noticed that this would be a thing within your written report that would happen?
I'm sorry, I'm not following the question then.
Okay.
I apologize.
You're bringing to us, and I'm just trying to get Dan? Oh, okay. You're bringing to us a situation that will happen, that we knew would happen. There's a bunch of us out there that knew this would happen. Did you know it would happen before you wrote this report?
I can tell you the part that I was convinced of, and I can tell you the part that completely surprised me. So the part that was very clear to me is that the lottery system would cause a reduction in results for TDSB schools. I have no doubt that all of you understood that this is what would happen when you introduce the lottery system. I can't imagine somebody not realizing that's what happened. However, the part that I was surprised with, and that we can clearly see from data, and I urge you to look in other areas. I love math. This is what I'm into. But the part that surprised me is that other schools are also decreasing, and it is related to the same policy. The timing is just so impeccable for it. It is, when we looked at the chart, we started with, I blanked out a lot of schools because I don't want to talk about a specific school. But if you looked at the chart, the top performing school was Earl Haig. That is not a specialized schools, not in math, in arts. It has absolutely nothing to do with each other. The schools competed, the schools raised each other. There was a atmosphere of success, and now it is gone, and it is causing this disruption in both specialized and non-specialized schools, and that really did surprise me. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down, and thank you for shining a light on that.
Trustee McLean?
Thank you, and through the chair, I'll start there first. How is the success defined? You just concluded that there's an aura or an assumption about success at the school that has left. It's not deemed to be as successful. And I was curious how you form that characterization, I guess.
Well, I mean, I define success. I would assume the way that most people do, the way that the school system does. There is a process of grades. There is a process of math contest, and I'm sure there are various different other contests everywhere else. But in addition to that, like I mentioned, even if we take success of how many people want to take this science course that they didn't before, however it is that we want to define success, I can tell you that at Mackenzie and a lot of other similar schools, every single metric dropped. Whether it's taking the course, achieving something in that course, achieving something between schools, I can't find any element that has increased compared to the prior of the lottery system introduction.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. If a previous B student at middle school in sciences signed up for the program, happened to win the lottery and got access to the program and became a B+ student, would that represent success or in your metric, or because they didn't rise to the level of, elite or contest winning, would that be not successful? I'm trying to understand the metric you're applying.
I think part of success has to be for the top performing students to find a place where they can succeed. Equally, I think it is critical for the B+ student to find a good place for them. Equally, it's critical, even more so, for almost failing students to find a way to get to passing. Every single one of those metrics is a success. There's no question. I understand you represent the school board. I understand that most students don't fit into what I'm discussing here. But what I'm trying to say is these programs historically attracted very strong students. Right now, what is happening is there is a big mismatch between people who still show up to these programs expecting to get the education that previous years got. Equally, there are some people who get into these programs absolutely randomly. And what that creates is a class where neither one of those students is able to achieve what probably both of us would consider success for them.
That's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See anyone else online? So thank you very much for your delegation today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Next on our list is, let me forward the thing. Erin Kacharuk is our next delegate. Erin online. Sorry? Number 6, yes. So Erin, if you can press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you. Go ahead. You have 3
Okay.
minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I would like to talk about the special interest program and how it is inherently discriminatory and therefore a clear and obvious violation of the TDSB's duty of care to its students. First, the TDSB special interest program quite obviously and explicitly discriminates on the basis of race and gender, with white male students being very obviously treated the worst. Of course, the TDSB justifies this blatant racial and gender-based discrimination by relying on Section 14 of the Human Rights Code, which permits such discrimination when intended to assist disadvantaged groups. This particular program is a very poorly designed Section 14 program. However, I want to focus on a more foundational question that was bizarrely absent from the legal opinion obtained by the TDSB. Specifically, I want to know how a permissive authority to implement a special program, even if it were perfectly designed, can take precedence and trump the TDSB's positive and individualized legal duty of care to its students. You see, the TDSB has a legal duty of care to each and every student, and the relevant standard of care is in loco parentis, or that of the reasonable parent. In other words, if the TDSB treats a student in their care in a manner that is worse than how a reasonable parent would treat their child, then the TDSB has violated this positive legal obligation. I want to emphasize that contrary to the TDSB's apparent analysis of this issue, it is fundamentally different to treat an individual worse for the betterment of other groups when you have a legal duty to that individual than when you don't. This is not a situation where the TDSB has opted to use a special program to deprive a vendor or a potential employee to whom the TDSB owes no duty of care. Rather, this is a situation where the TDSB, whom is subject to the highest possible standard of care, is using a special program to deviate from that required duty of care. And it obviously is a deviation from that duty of care because, well, let me ask you, how many parents do you know would take away opportunities from their own children due to the race or gender of their child? It's not even a hard question to answer. Basically none, certainly not the reasonable ones. So what is the explanation for how you got around your duty of care to your white male students? What is the explanation for how your legal obligation to these students did not even form part of your analysis? As a parent of a child that you intend to discriminate against, please tell me, how does reducing my child's opportunity because of their race and gender not a violation of the duty of care that you owe to my child? Am I the unreasonable parent for wanting the best for my kid? Or are you acting as the unreasonable parent by sacrificing my kid at the altar of your social engineering efforts? Thank you. And also, apologies, I am in a rush. I don't have time to take questions.
Sorry, did you say you don't have time to take questions?
No, I have to run. Sorry. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for coming today. Next on our list is Bethany Bergman. Bethany, are online? Is that? If you can press *6 to unmute. Bethany Bergman, if you're online, could you please press *6 to unmute? Bethany, you're still muted? Okay. Oh, you went back on mute. Please press *6.
Hi.
Oh,
Okay.
there you are.
Sorry. I'll turn off my computer volume. Is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it creates feedback. So if you can turn your all the other electronics down, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Should I begin?
Sorry, yes, you can begin. Can we reset the clock, please?
Thank you for providing this opportunity. I'm a parent, musician, and instructor I'm gravely concerned about the chipping away at specialized programming in the TDSB through the lottery system. These programs serve those who may have little to access to the arts or other specialized programming. Musicians, the frustration of colleagues teaching music in the TDSB increases daily. The newest music teachers only and starves our students. Getting of applications for specialized schools cuts to programs in earlier grades. Year after year, creating a vacuum where children once thrived. The lottery applies to all specializations, leadership, science, math, not just the arts. As a parent, my 17-year-old auditioned in it changed her life. They worked hard to achieve not only recognition, but a place in a program where they can follow their dreams and are joined by peers and mentors who share their passion. Most importantly, they are with a peer group that has the same commitment to their art. This is also true in math, leadership, and IB programs. As a result of the lottery program, specialized schools are on the last year of application students, and the programs have had to be cut, modified, and diluted. Students have applied mainly because they didn't want to go to a particular catchment school or their parents made them apply. Those who dreamed about a school just for them and other students like them their whole lives may not get in at all. In the music program, because there are no more auditions, they do not have the student body to perform challenging work, to play with peers of equal or greater ability and interest, and will at some point be disengaged. This is the incredible teaching staff in these schools and disheartening to the students who are moving on either this year or the next. It is also a disservice to those students who entered the program not knowing what it would be like. This is the opposite of nurturing our students. It deprives them of what, in many cases, is the thing that keeps them engaged in education, the thing that keeps them going to school, and in some cases, the thing that keeps them alive. The harm to students doesn't stop at the arts. My other child wanted to go into an IB program, which is now a lottery. There was a student interest application that wasn't viewed by a single teacher or TDSB employee. My younger daughter wrote an essay, very personable, that nobody looked at. Her friend made an incredible project creating fashion from recycled paper that no educator viewed. These heartfelt applications were discarded. Neither of them won the lottery. The way to get the education a child wants and deserves, they have to win a lottery. We are teaching our children that no matter how hard you try, it is pointless. Nobody cares because it's all about chance. We are discouraging achievement. We are discouraging trying hard. We are discouraging the creative impulse that keeps so many teens and teens afloat as they navigate an increasingly dangerous high school landscape. We are teaching our children that they are unseen, unheard, and uncared for. With a supportive foundation and the chance to explore their strengths, children strive to be their best, to challenge themselves, to work with and in competition with their peers, and to work in immersive and passionate study. This is so crucial for our high school students. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll like to take questions from trustees. Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. Thank you, Bethany, for your delegation. I think you mentioned something regarding the application process. So you said is part of the application not being reviewed, and that's caused a tremendous harm to the students. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, I know who went through the application process, which was basically a farce. Nobody looked at their applications because it was just a lottery. So they wrote essays, some people made videos, some people made recordings. These students thought that they were actually applying, and they didn't. It was completely, it was an exercise it was a farce. It was a lie to the students. First of all, that's insulting to the students. And second of all, what was the point of that exercise? I won't even begin to describe how crazy and useless the application was, but they listed a whole bunch of things that the students could do, and then there was no point in them doing it because most kids didn't even put in an application because they didn't care. Their parents did it for them because they wanted their kids to be in the school, and they said, well, I don't really want them in my catchment. We might as well put them in the lottery. Most of these kids really wanted to be in the school, were just rolling the dice, and they didn't have a chance.
Okay, thank you, Bethany. My follow-up question would be, I think you mentioned that, some parents, try to use the lottery system to get into certain school where their postcode does not permit their child to go to that school. So you said that is cause harm to the school community. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, of course. First of all, parents are often applying in lieu of their child making an application, meaning that the child never wanted to or never intended to apply to some of these schools, which means that they don't want to go to these schools, that it wasn't important to them and it wasn't meaningful to them. Whereas to another child that could have that spot, it was important and meaningful. One thing I didn't point out in my speech was that not only were there children applying who didn't want it and their parents applied for them because they didn't like their catchment school for some reason, but if your child got on a waiting list, the waiting list was dissolved. So if those parents decided that they actually thought the catchment school was okay, much later on in the year, and their kid could just go to the catchment school at any time, then those kids who really wanted to be in the specialized school lost their place, which is incredible. I mean, if you think about it, there are these kids who wanted to be in schools, who couldn't be in schools, and who never had the opportunity because the wait list was dissolved and some lottery system created a spot for another child who didn't want to be there.
Thank you, Bethany.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further questions. So thank you for coming to delegate today.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you. We've had a special request to move one of the delegates up because they are calling in from overseas. So I'm going to go to delegate number 15, Ava Kachuk. And then we'll come back to the numbered list. So Ava, if you can unmute. I pressed,
Hi.
sorry. Oh, hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes.
Okay,
Please
thank
go
you
ahead.
so much. Thank you for moving me up in the line. It's quite late here. I hope everyone's well. My name is Ava, and I graduated from ESA, Etobicoke School of the Arts, in June 2023 from the Contemporary Visual Arts program. I'm now attending Artes University in the Netherlands, like I just said, and Artes will have been the third school that I've attended based on merit. Spectrum Alternative School was the first, ESA and Claude Watson, though I declined to attend, and now Artes. Today, I want to address the issue that affects many students like me, the growing push to use a lottery system for admissions into specialized high schools. My time at ESA was before the lottery system, way before, and my fellow classmates at ESA were super widespread and diverse. There was at least one type of every person: queer students, students with two moms, people of color, people with bedrooms that had en suites and those who shared a bed with their siblings. And I even had a friend whose family lived in a tent during COVID, actually. The one thing that we all had in common, though, and that made us equal in the eyes of the specialized arts school, and most importantly, the eyes of each other, was that we all worked for it. We all worked to get there. And that's not a small thing. That's kind of the main point of my little speech. Another point that I'd like to make is how truly special and amazing specialized schools are. ESA was a safe space that I got to go to every day where people understood me. We need spaces like this because we don't fit into mainstream regular high schools. This is vital for high school, especially at a time where we kind of feel the need to belong to a place and our mental health is critical. Lotteries kind of threaten this by introducing kids into a specialized school who kind of want to be there, but don't truly need the atmosphere that specialized programs can provide for kids. In this same vein, the quality of the students gets kind of watered down. Honestly, the truth is that you're either born with the ability and the passion and the capacity, or you're really just not. Teachers can't teach students to be high-performance athletes if they don't express interest early. If a kid has not been excelling at their passion from a young age, high school is just too late to kind of figure that out. In a specialized high school, you expect to be with your peers, people who are like-minded, not people who are trying on a hat for size. My mom actually first noted my trying on the hat of fine arts, where I am today, at age 5. That was the time where it was kind of appropriate to be experimenting with hobbies and interests. Grade 9, I think, is way too late for that. And I don't know one person at ESA who hadn't been participating in their art way before high school. An important thing to note about me is the schools that I've attended based on merit all happened while my family was falling apart. As a daughter of an alcoholic father from grade 6 to 12, my life was far from easy. My parents' business collapsed during COVID, and as a result, I didn't have access to luxury art classes or fancy art supplies. My mom and I would actually walk to the Dollarama closest to us for cheap acrylic paint and, you know, those little canvases that you get. In high school, I was diagnosed with anxiety because of this and had to overcome that. Oh,
sorry, Ava,
hello?
your time is up, but we do have questions from trustees.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Klein?
Through the chair. Hi, and thank you so much for sharing your experience
Hi.
at art
you.
school. And you talked in your speech about fitting in and how important that was to you and that you did addition, and this was long before the lottery. So I wanted to know, how do you think that the lottery might change that? You fit in, how could a lottery change that for others?
Well, I think that the fact that I was able to fit in because the students that were like me were weeded out from the people who were just trying on maybe arts as something that they wanted to do instead of being very serious about it, kind of brought me and my friends closer together and kind of created more of a safe community than I feel that I would have felt if it was just a high school full of people who perhaps weren't as passionate or weren't as driven to go somewhere career-wise with art. And I think that was really special because I have friends now who are in New York and in other places. I have another student in Italy who I'm friends with, and that's because they were driven, and we were all really close because of that. And I'm really lucky. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much, Ava.
Thank you, Trustee Pay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. Thank you, Eva, for your delegation. I have a question regarding, you mentioned the fact that before lottery, ESA already have very diverse, community, accepting, a student from all race, all background. And so what really happened after lottery? Do you see any difference?
I don't know what happened. I don't really know what happened after lottery. After my high school experience, I went to the Netherlands and I wasn't there to be a part of it. But from what I've been hearing and what I've been told, I think the diversity would have stayed the same.
Okay.
I don't know if that answers your question properly, but I'm not here to kind of see it.
That's fine. Sorry. Okay. Let me ask you another question. So you said, the lottery system is not selecting the right candidate for the right program. Can you elaborate on that for me?
Yeah. Are you meaning that the lottery system doesn't correctly
select the right candidate for the right program? Yeah.
Okay. I think that, I don't know. I think that students that get into schools based on merit are chosen because the teachers, and these are specialized school teachers, they're able to see passion in students and they're able to understand promise and a future in students, because they're not asking for students who have the ability to draw a face from memory or can look at a boot on a shelf and draw it perfectly. They're asking for students who have a spark and a creativity. And I think that if you place a bunch of students who maybe half of them do have this creativity and this spark and half of them don't, I think it just wastes the time of the students who are trying to actually get somewhere and who already have this spark, if that makes sense.
Perfect sense. Thank you very much, Ava.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation today.
Thank you guys.
You're welcome. Next we have delegate number 8, Bruce Yu. Bruce, if you can press *6 to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for the opportunity to delegate today. My name is Bruce, and I've had the pleasure of serving as a student trustee, leading a national Canadian education advocacy charity, and more recently working in the Ministry of Education. I'm also a proud graduate of the IB program. That being said, my comments today are my own and do not necessarily reflect the views of any past or present employers. Like many of the speakers here this afternoon, I have concerns about the overall premise of this policy. It is effectively the same word salad that was approved by the board in May of 2022. At the crux of this issue, this policy puts interest above hard work. This attack on merit that the TDSP has been perpetrating has to stop. Countless TDSP students have been denied opportunities in the name of a reckless pilot project. But there are also broader implications. What the TDSP is doing sends a message far and wide that interest is more important than hard work. I've been on campaigns. It is not interest or a lottery that wins elections. It is hard work and knocking on doors day after day. It is not interest that created the internet or the iPhone. It is hard work and sleepless nights. It is not interest that gets you a job. It is the resume and the interview. As the first delegate suggested, if the board believes so strongly in the premise of a lottery, I'm not sure why they aren't advocating to the ministry to institute a lottery instead of municipal trustee elections. This policy continues to reject hard work and student achievement in favor of interest. The word interest appears a total of 49 times in draft policy. The word merit appears 0 times. The word achievement, to the credit of the board, appears 1 time. I fundamentally reject the premise this policy, from the very beginning, had anything to do with increasing access. If the TDSP wanted to increase access, they would not have reintroduced a fee for IB students. If the TDSP wanted to increase access, they would not have tried in 2017 to outright remove specialized programs. This board's track record on specialized programs does not inspire public trust. Trust is earned, and this board has a very long way to go to earn back the trust of the community. In his letter to the board regarding specialized programs, then Minister Stephen Lecce wrote about the community's concerns regarding, quote, data omissions and the lack of a transparent consultation process, unquote. I sincerely hope this next consultation process will be honest, genuine, and not more of the same. I also noticed, curiously, on one of the last pages, there is a suggestion that this policy, P100, be reviewed a minimum of every 5 years instead of 4. If I did my math right, that would mean the next term of trustees, elected in 2026, would not be scheduled to review it. That is fundamentally undemocratic and should raise alarm bells. Perhaps there is a worry, and rightfully so, that the next cohort of trustees will refuse to uphold the status quo that has harmed so many students and closed so many doors. I will end on this quote. Trust is hard-earned, easily lost, and difficult to reestablish. Thank you very much, and I welcome questions from trustees.
Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, thank you, Bruce, for your delegation. I think you mentioned that you think our board is a track record does not inspire public trust. What do you really mean by that?
Thank you. Through the chair, to Trustee Pei, that's an excellent question. I have a couple of examples that come to mind. I'm sure trustees will recall a plagiarized report on the lottery was presented to trustees. It was full of fake citations and AI citations. I still don't know whether that was retracted, but what I do know is that it was concerning enough that the minister felt compelled to write a letter to the board. I think that says a lot about the integrity of the consultation process that CSB has undertaken over the last couple of years. Another thing that comes to mind, I attended an education-related seminar a couple of years back when I was a student trustee, and the TDSP superintendent, who I won't name, spoke about, as part of the student resource officer, the police officer consultation, the voices of a certain demographic of students were elevated over the voices of the majority of students. So those are the shameful leadership and consultation practices the board tolerates and quite frankly seems to encourage. So now I think it's incumbent on the board to show its practices have changed for the better.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question. Is like, I heard you graduate from IB program, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So I do understand there's going to be a change regarding our policy, just getting IB being excluded from the list of specialized program. So how do you feel about that?
Sure, thank you. Through the chair to Trustee Pei. Yes, that's correct. I can see the draft policy states that certain programs, including IB, they're exempt from the policy. If I'm to understand that correctly, and that means no lottery for those programs, I think that is certainly a very small step in the right direction. Trustees may recall the IB program has standardized international exams in grades 11 and 12. So if the board is putting underprepared students into the program, which it certainly is doing right now, that will be very clear in data. Either we're going to see dismal exam scores, or we're going to see a very high turnover rate as students are leaving grades 9 and 10 because they don't feel they're up for the rigor of the program in grades 11 and 12. And I guess on the topic of data collection, I noticed very curiously, there is no quantitative data as part of this agenda report, not a single number, which I find quite concerning because this policy has been in place for 3 years and I think 3 days. There should be lots of data, right? For example, how many students have left to coterminous boards, Toronto Catholic, via Monde, right? How many students have left for boards where merit-based admissions still exist? Are students chosen through the lottery achieving as well as students who got in after an entry exam? Right? The only conclusion I can reasonably draw is that the data that is available is not favorable to the narrative being pushed, so it's not included. And to me, that's incredibly disappointing.
Thank you very much, Bruce, for your wonderful delegation.
Thank you very much for your delegation today. Sorry, did you already ask yours? Oh, no, you didn't? Okay, go ahead. Sorry. So we have Trustee Klein.
No problem. No, thank you. And through the chair, thank you, Bruce. You have a very impressive resume and appreciated hearing from you. And I'm interested to hear, though, you were a student trustee. So I was wondering if you could just expand on your opinion on how we can engage student voices in the consultation process for this policy. How do we get the actual students who are affected by this policy to be involved with making our decisions?
Thank you very much. And through the chair to Trustee Klein, thank you for the question. And I'll certainly give credit where it's due. The consultation process in the appendix looks very robust. It's good the student senate and student trustees are being engaged. And of course, the former student trustee, I'd encourage the incoming student trustees to be part of this conversation, both at the policy consultation level and also at the board level. At the same time, I think it's important that trustees are very diligent. At the same question, framed in 2 different ways, can also yield drastically different answers. I think it's incredibly important trustees have an opportunity to see every question being asked in this survey to ensure it is free of bias. I can very much appreciate there is a difference between the governance role of trustees and the operational role of staff. But at the same time, I know policy is wholly within the purview of trustees. I think it is absolutely appropriate to have trustees involved extensively in determining the direction of the policy consultation. I think it would be, quite frankly, offensive to the community if the questions were manipulated so that the results of the consultation were determined before the consultation even began. In my view, the survey should directly ask, do you support a lottery being used for admissions to specialized programs? Right? Not a convoluted question with lots of background information, not a lengthy question, but a very simple and direct question that gets straight to the point. That question is central to this whole consultation. And if it is not directly asked in an unbiased manner to every single person participating in this consultation, then I think the legitimacy of this consultation would entirely fall apart. Thank you.
Sorry. Seeing no further, thank you very much for your delegations.
Thank you.
Next on the list, we have delegate number 9, Carl Chen. Carl, if you're there, please press *6 to unmute. When did this? Okay. Delegate number 9 is Carl Chen. Carl, can you press *6 to unmute? Carl Chen. If you're there, can you please press *6 to unmute? The next 10, what, 10, we'll go to 10. Okay, Carl, we're going to go to delegate number 10 and we'll come back to you. Delegate number 10. Oh, number 10 is, sorry, is that Carl? Oh, so this is Regine Sharma?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You can go ahead and speak.
Dear committee chair and trustees, thank you for the opportunity to speak on the special interest program policy. I'm pleased to see the policy's intent to strengthen local schools in the capacity to offer these programs. But I do worry about the weakening of the specialized programs because the lottery system does not value merit or excellence in education. Is the board moving towards killing these programs? Parents are concerned about the lowering of standards in these programs due to non-merit-based admissions and are deeply dissatisfied with the lack of transparency of the lottery process. As a social worker by profession, I support anti-racism work. However, I disagree with the idea of equity being seen as equality of outcome because it just defies logic. The Ministry of Education recognizes that student exceptionalities exist. Boards are responsible to address student needs at all ends of the spectrum. Every student deserves equality of opportunity to reach their unique full potential. We know equal outcome is not possible in all areas of learning. Therefore, the IB program is now being recommended to be excluded from the lottery system because it requires high academic level. Only some students can achieve. Why then is the same logic not being applied to all other areas of such programs, whether art, technology, science, or math? Also, it's deeply troubling that equity is selectively not being applied to the athletics program. At a previous meeting, a TDSB senior staff stated that the lottery system cannot be applied because of genes. Such racist ideology expressed at the board is shocking. If Asians are not well represented in the athletics program, is it because of some deficiency in their genes? We demand that the athletics program also have a lottery system so that Asian students are also given the opportunity if they're interested. It's a matter of equity, and equity is for all students, not to be applied selectively. Also, the Human Rights Report mentions that the board needs to collect data to evaluate the success of this equity program, such as the changes to this program. It mentions to include disaggregated data findings based on protected grounds. How else can the board evaluate the IP program? Why detailed data is not being collected on or provided on the changes to the SIP? We need to know who's been admitted, how they're doing, how many dropped out, how many were successful, how successful, and so on. Also, I note on the board website that admission to the SIP is stated that there is a quota of 20% for admitting students from underrepresented groups, Blacks, Hispanics, and Middle Eastern. I'd like to know if that quota is fixed for next year. Thank you, and I appreciate your good intentions in this regard. We're here to give you feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions from trustees. Trustee Klein.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you, Ms. Sharma, for that. That was interesting to hear. You said something that made me think a bit. You said that the ministry recognizes exceptionalities. So I was wondering how you can relate that to lottery vis-a-vis audition. Could you expand on that, please?
Well, the specialized programs are created because some students have, talent and merit and, math, technology. They are high achievers. They need to be in these specialized programs to reach their full potential. So when you use the lottery system, then it denies, like the student so eloquently was sadly telling what has happened to our program, where you can just check a box of interest and get into a program and be with students who are so passionate and working so hard. And that's just not fair. So I think the lottery system does not allow, the way it's set up, allow merit and excellence to be part of it. And I think that's very, very important to preserve. And we're very, very, we can see as another person spoke, that we see the programs being degraded. And we hear horror stories about, students' marks being bloated to keep up with the bell curve. I mean, these are, anecdotal, but, it's very discouraging. And what kind of message are we sending to our students that life's a lottery and you don't have to work hard, you just get in and you fool around and you may get extra marks? I mean, this is not the kind of Canada we want. This is not the kind of student culture that we should be promoting. I think we should reward hard work, excellence, and high achievement. And not everybody can be there in a certain program, but that's not important. The important is everybody reaches their full potential, and some need that extra program to reach their full attention. And we should be taking care of all students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Pei?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. So thank you, Reini, for your delegation. I just want to clarify with you. You mentioned that as our board is like interest in valuing merit and excellence in education. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I think I sort of mentioned that again. I do feel that, the board is selective in addressing this issue of excellence and merit. It's selectively being applied to the athletics program. It's deeply disturbing, the comments from the staff, and that's not been addressed. How come Asian students who are not at all, doing well in that program are not being invited to participate? So you can see that there is value, the board values excellence, but only in one area where the Asians are not representative. So, it makes me think about the anti-racism policy being applied, not properly, equally to all communities. So that's a real slap in the face, and it's really discouraging to see it being applied selectively.
Thank you, Reini. My follow-up question is that you mentioned you think the board should do the lottery system for the high athlete performance program as well. Do you really believe that lottery is really going to solve the equity issue at our board by doing lottery for everything?
The point that you have made it very clear that the lottery system doesn't work. It doesn't work if applied to athletics. It doesn't work if applied to IB. And it doesn't work when it's applied to arts, excellence in arts, science, math, and technology. There are some students who are working very hard. They have a talent and, merit. Let them excel. And one student's success doesn't mean another student, is not being rewarded. Each one is working at their best. We need to cater to the needs of all students, whether they're high performing or, down on the other scale. Each and every student has to be valued. Each and every student should have equal opportunity to succeed. But I think where the policy is misguided is that it's equating equity with equal outcome. Equal outcome is not possible because of differences in ability. This is just something that's nature. Nature is like that. We wanted to give equal opportunity, but to expect equal outcome and expecting students who are not up to the standard to be in IB is just, setting them up for failure. I'm glad that that's been removed, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your delegation. We will go back to delegation number 9, delegate number 9, Carl Chen. Carl, can you press *6 to unmute? Okay, Carl, we're going to move to delegate number 11 and then come back to you. Number 11 is Darren Noacowski. So Darren, if you are online, could you please press
Yes.
*6 to unmute? Oh, hello.
Yes, hi, how are you?
Good, how are you? You have 3 minutes,
Great.
please go ahead.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to talk about CISP applications, the expression of interest process specialty programs for high school. My daughter, starting high school next year, has 10 years of dance experience and has been dancing competitively for 13 hours a week for the past 5 years. And she faced a very discouraging experience overall. Despite her dedication, she did not get an audition to any of the art schools at the TDSB. She began at 16th on the wait list for Claude Watson and only moved up to 14th after 3 months. For Rosedale, she remained in the 100s on the wait list, making admission impossible. In contrast, one of her current classmates made it into an arts program within TDSB system with only a passing interest in the arts. They applied to be with their friends and not because they have a specific interest in the arts. And it's worth noting they are not socially or economically disadvantaged, contrary to the intent of the program. I think to improve this, you must revive a merit-based system. Merit-based admissions will ensure specialized programs serving students with proven aptitude and commitment, and will allow for instruction at a higher level while encouraging long-term effort over pure luck. And importantly, I believe in equity and inclusion, where merit can be assessed as part of a larger picture. By combining auditions alongside with other equity tools like community outreach as an example, you'll help underserved communities much more effectively. I'd also like to discuss transparency in this process, which is another area for improvement, as the lottery system is quite opaque, which led to a lot more frustration. Having actively engaged in the process, attending multiple webinars and sending 14 emails and 10 phone calls at the trustee, board, and school level, I'd like to thank my trustee, and I know I'm not supposed to name names and things like that, so I'll just say I'd like to thank my trustee for answering all of her email and all of her calls. But the majority of my emails and calls to others have gone completely unanswered. What I do understand is that schools have no input, department heads have no input, and the relationship between goals and results is unclear. Moreover, the additional material that you can send with the application to demonstrate interest doesn't seem to factor into the decision, so it's unclear why this is collected. Equity considerations for underserved communities were part of the application framework, but it's also unclear how this was applied or prioritized in the lottery, or if desired program goals were met. I also want to mention that the Power School personal information breach was another source of frustration, as the scope was not fully explained and the compensation service did not address the actual issue as experienced by us as parents or by our child as a student. Overall, the experience was disappointing, particularly for a student with such long-standing commitment and talent in the arts, who was never given a chance to demonstrate her abilities. So I would like to ask that you please restore the audition process for fairness and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's time for questions from trustees. Trustee Pei.
Second, Major, through you. Thank you, Darren, for your delegation. I think you mentioned about the board have issue regarding transparency. And
Correct.
So what's your suggestion we can improve transparency at the board to the parents?
Well, if you eliminate the randomness of the lottery process, you will solve the transparency problem. Because the issue is, we don't, as a parent, I don't understand your goals. I don't understand how what I submitted as part of our application has any bearing on the results. I don't understand. It's very difficult to even ask questions about this, and I'm not even sure who to address them to. But I think if you eliminate the randomness of this process, which, by the way, doesn't exist anywhere like in the real world or in other places, you know, I'm sorry to use the word real world. Every world is real, but what I mean is that, you know, you don't apply to a job and go into a lottery. It's always, you know, things are merit-based, and it would be very important if you restore that particular system. You wouldn't have to even worry about answering questions about why certain aspects of the process were followed or not followed, or why you're collecting data, or what's actually happening. Okay.
Thank you, Darren. My follow-up question would be, you said your daughter has been committed to dance for certain years before apply for Claude Watson and the various other arts program. So what kind of
10 years, 13 hours a week. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I just want to learn a bit more about you know, what kind of effect or impact on your daughter by this lottery system.
It's devastating. She's been dreaming about going into an arts program since she was 4 years old, and not even having the opportunity to try out for an audition seems completely unfair, unreasonable, and she's very upset about it. And as parents, you know, we're trying to make a commitment to have her explore her talents, her gifts, and to help her out. But now it's 100%. I mean, we would have to either go somewhere else, find another, like move somewhere, find something else. I don't even know what our options are other than just, you know, we're obviously paying for private lessons, but within the community of the TDSB and within the system, there are no options. And it's enormously frustrating and very disappointing and quite devastating for children. For our child, anyway.
Thank you very much, Darren, for your delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to speak today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go back to delegate number 9, Carl Chen. Oh, he's not there. Okay. Oh, he's here. Okay. Carl Chen, if you can please press *6 to unmute.
Yes.
Oh, hello. Hello.
Oh, finally.
Please go ahead.
Can you hear
You
me?
have 3 minutes.
Okay, you can hear me now, okay?
Yes.
Yes, okay, good. Okay, good evening, trustees and community members. Here, I'm not going to argue policy details. I'm here to ask a deeper question. What kind of future are we building? All right. This morning, something come to my mind called reverse engineering. Let's fast forward 20 years from now. Who carries our society? Our kids, right? Those with passion, direction, and support, right? Who struggles? Those the system failed to notice, not because they lacked ability, but because no one looked. And today, we choose future leaders by lottery. Lottery, not by passion, not by effort, by chance. So we're telling kids, work hard, but it might not matter, okay? So kids were confused, right? So the true voice, the real voice from my experience in school, I asked staff at my daughter's school. One told me quietly, we are not frustrated. Actually, we are frustrated, sorry. We are frustrated, but, you know, no one listening. Actually, our teacher said, some kids clearly don't want to be here. That was from my meeting with the teacher, okay? So she said, we fail it every day. So how can discouraged teachers inspire students? How can kids thrive in a program they did not ask for? urged by parents probably. So, okay, now I get a little drama for everybody, okay? So we're not arguing, okay, just come with me into a drama. This is Canada, we all love hockey, huh? Imagine buying a ticket to a top tier game, but all the players were picked by lottery, huh? How does that feel? Some can skate, some don't even like hockey. So would you still cheer? So why accept this education now? Where's the logic? Where's the logic? So the final words, thank you, to decision makers. Please don't be short-sighted. Don't trade long-term excellence for short-term comfort. Don't hide behind equity while real opportunity fades. In 20 years, will you feel proud or regret what could have been? And to all the delegates here, thank you, because your voice, including my voice, gives everybody hope, right? A better future isn't built by chance. It's built by people who care like you. Thank you, and good night,
Thank you. Trustee Pei has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, thank you, Carl, for your delegation. Yeah. I have a question, especially regarding the conversation you have with the teachers. Why they're afraid? What they're afraid of? Why they cannot speak up?
That's another issue. The fear from the teacher's eye is another issue because that means the problem cannot be discovered, The problem will stay there uncovered, not uncovered, right? So that's another serious issue. That staff told me that quietly. That means he cannot speak loudly about his feeling about this lottery. So this is another even more serious issue. We cannot find the problem right now. The system is not healthy. Right? You agree?
So sorry, I just want to have more clarification. So basically you're saying we don't have a system supporting teacher to speak up their mind. Our system actually our system is doing the opposite. To scare people to speak up. Is that as you're saying?
Trustee Pei. Yeah. Because I'm not going to argue with anymore. I just say what I heard, what I saw in the school, right? So one teacher, one art teacher, the other one is even just like a security staff. Okay, so one teacher, especially with arts, with this special program, the other is just kind of a third party thing like staff, like security staff, not specialized with this, but with common sense, they all share the same opinion. This is wrong. And the art teacher cannot just, he said, don't talk about this, this is, I said, just tell me the truth, please, because I'm the parent. I deserve to know the truth of your feeling, because I'm against this, right?
I really appreciate you speaking the truth. Understand, what you have said. Basically, as a trustee, I just want to support staff. Whoever is out there, speak up your mind. Don't be afraid. As a
Trustee Pei, questions of clarification only, please.
Yes, it is a question regarding the clarification because
you're making a statement.
Okay.
Currently.
And anyway, thank you for your delegation. I understand the issue, and I can work on that. Thank you.
Okay, my last word is to those.
Sorry, the time on Trustee Pei's time for questions is over. Does anybody else have questions for Mr. Chen? Trustee Hastings, go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir, through the chair.
Hi.
You were saying something in your last words. I didn't quite get that. Could you explain for me?
Trustee Hastings. Trustee Hastings, Questions
It's
of
about-
clarification on the delegation, not on the questions that Trustee Pei was asking.
I wasn't asking about what Trustee Pei was asking.
Thank
I'm
you.
asking what he was saying. May I?
Yeah, so are you asking me?
Yes,
Sorry.
I am.
Just so we're
So what's
clear,
the question again? Yeah.
just 1 second.
Can you say it?
Questions of questions of clarification on the
On the
delegate's
delegation.
original delegation, not on
Thank you.
answers to other questions.
On the original delegation, it appears that you weren't appreciative of what was done. Could you explain through your delegation what could have been done?
Okay, yes. I think the true equity is not what's happening right now. The true equity is about educate students in different special program according to the talent. You know, if you got a talent, you've got a passion, welcome. Otherwise, go somewhere else. You know, with your passion. You know, with your talent. That's true equity. That's true equity. So it's totally wrong right now. Just like Olympic game, hockey game, you know, you have the passion, you go for it and show people your talent. So we are building our future through those, you know, talented people. In 20 years, the backbone of society is someone with passion, with true talent. And then we exchange values. This is a good society. This is how a good society is. It's not about everybody's normal, right? You agree?
Thank you. That explains that.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your delegation this evening.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your support.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good night, everyone. Okay.
Good night.
Okay.
Thank you. Our next delegate is number 12 is Anurang Singhal, and I understand that Jesse Wang will be conveying their delegation on their behalf. So Jesse, can you unmute, please? Please press *6 to unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Chair, trustees, and members of committees. My name is Stacy Wang, and I'm here not only as a parent, but also a school council member at a TDSB school and advocate for student opportunity and engagement. I'm here to speak against the continued use of lottery-based system for specialty program admissions. The process will perhaps introduce the name of equity, undermines motivation, discourage effort, and ultimately waste talent. So let me offer a personal perspective. Outside of the school life, I am a long-distance runner and a triathlete. I've completed the marathon and the full Ironman races. Everyone in those events have something in common. We choose to be there. We trained, sacrificed, and committed ourselves to something we love. Now imagine this. What if participants in marathon or Ironman were selected by lottery, not based on preparation or interest, but by random draw? Would you expect them to finish? Would they even show up? And would you, as trustees, sign up to do full Ironman if your name was randomly drawn? Or would that slot go to waste? This is exactly what's happening to our specialty programs. We are randomly assigning access to students who may have little interest, while personated and prepare students are shut out. That's not equity. It's inefficiency and it's disheartening. The lottery ignores years of effort, training passion for a subject, and the unique potential of students who are ready to thrive. Instead of giving all students an equity slot at success, it gives them an equal shot at disappointment. So I respectively urge the board to end the use of pure lottery admission for specialty programs. Develop a fair and transparent system that combines demonstrated interest, readiness, and equity considerations, and expand access by investing in equity programs across the system, not by rationing opportunities through randomness. So let's stop sending the message that students' dreams depend on luck. They deserve better. You do. Thank you. So I have questions. Yeah, I have questions for trustees.
Okay,
so continue with my delegation. So I would ask the trustees, would any of you sign up to run? Yeah.
Ms. Wong, your 3 minutes are up.
Yeah, okay.
So Trustee Pei does have a question.
Thank you, Jesse, for the delegation. Through you, Madam Chair. So I have a question. So I think you mentioned that about the lottery system actually is an equal shot of disappointment for everyone. Could you elaborate on that?
I mean, the system doesn't look at effort or passion. It's just a random chance. So even the most dedicated students can be rejected, not because they are unqualified, but just unlucky. And on the other side, some students who do get in may not even be interested in the program they were assigned. So in the end, both sides can end up with disappointed.
Thank you.
Just like the marathon, many people they need to be drawn to get in, and if it's assigned to any of the trustees, are you willing or are you happy to go for the marathon running?
Okay, thank you. My follow-up questions, I think is congratulations on your achievement in terms of marathon running and Ironman in a competition. So I think you draw kind of parallelism between, getting to the competition of marathon or Ironman running competition, with our lottery system. So, what kind of conclusion you can draw from making the comparison?
The comparison, it's the same logic. We do something because we have the interest and we practiced, we spend time on it, and we build ourselves on it as an adult. It's the same for the student. They may some students may interest in arts, some students may interest in maths or other things. So we should give them chance to get in the specialty program by their interest, their experience on it, not by randomly giving it to somebody.
Thank you very much, Jesse, for your delegation. Really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next delegate, number 13, is Trevor Finn. Trevor, if you can press *6 to unmute, please. Trevor Finn. No. Trevor Finn, you're next on the list. Can you please press *6 to unmute? No. Okay, we're going to go to number 14 and we'll come back. Number 14 is Susan Lee. Susan Lee, if you can press *6 to unmute.
Yep, I'm unmuted.
Hi, great. We can hear you, so please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here on behalf of Toronto Asian Parents Association, but just for transparency, I'm also co-chair of Earl Hague Secondary School and the PIAC Ward 12 rep, but I do not represent either groups, just speaking on behalf of TAPA. I'm here today to express support for maintaining a merit-based admission process for the central interest programs. These programs are designed to match students with learning environments that reflect their genuine interests and aspirations, a process that considers a student's demonstrated engagement rather than relying on chance, and helps ensure that these programs remain purposeful and fair. While a lottery system may appear neutral, it overlooks whether applicants are meaningfully suited to the programs they are applying for. A random draw cannot assess alignment or commitment, and in this way, it risks eroding the integrity of these educational opportunities. More concerning, however, is how the current system is being used by some as a workaround to avoid homeschool placements. This has turned what should be a thoughtful application process into a tool for school shopping. The result is the creation of an unofficial hierarchy of schools driven not by the program goals, but by public perception and unequal access to information and resources. This misuse contributes to a broader and more troubling shift. We are beginning to see decisions that elevate a hierarchy of identities over the rule of law and the principle of equality before the law as the foundation of how we relate to one another. Increasingly, policy decisions reflect a moral framework that divides people into binary roles of either oppressor or oppressed, rather than recognizing the complex realities of individual lives and shared responsibilities. At the same time, we are seeing the rise of shifting notions of equality, which often override efforts to respectfully accommodate religious and cultural differences. In an effort to address inequity, we must be careful not to create new forms of exclusion or rigidity that silence pluralism. If we want a truly inclusive education system, the answer is not to abandon the thoughtful evaluation in favor of a lottery. Instead, we must build support so that all students, regardless of background, can access and succeed in these programs. This means earlier outreach, more transparent communication, targeted resources for communities that have been historically underserved. Merit-based admissions, when applied equitably and with the right supports, can advance both excellence and fairness. They allow students to be recognized as individuals, complex, capable, and deserving of opportunity, rather than sorted by broad categories or left to the roll of the dice. The staff who are running the program should be the ones responsible to create an equitable program, not board staff who do not run the programs. Thank you for your time and for your continued dedication to building a school system that truly serves all students.
Thank you. Trustee Klein.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you, Susan, for your speech. So you mentioned that instead of abandoning the audition system, we should look at how we can support our students earlier on. And I was just wondering if you can expand on that, please.
I think we should have more arts programs, dedicated arts teachers and music teachers. We should have dedicated math teachers rather than generalists at the elementary and junior high level, middle school level, so that students are exposed to these areas a little bit earlier and they can see whether this is really something that they are passionate about, whether it is something that they would like to pursue.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, and also I just want to reference the Roots of Violence report that was, I don't know, it was written many years ago by the liberal government, provincial government at that time. And it said that one of the ways that we can offset violence in the schools is to create more programs in the schools that engage our students. And that's probably these programs, like the arts programs, the sports programs, and other programs that will help kids stay, away from trouble.
Thank you, Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. Thank you, Susan, for your delegation. I have a couple of questions. Number one, I think is at the end of your delegation, you mentioned that the staff already implement some kind of procedure to ensure equity happened before the lottery system are hacked. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so I know that our staff at Earl Hague, the Claude Watson program, were very intentional. I know that pre-lottery and a few years before that, our staff, the Claude Watson staff, went into areas where traditionally, I guess, underserved or underrepresented communities were, and they intentionally went into the schools to present the Claude Watson program. Now they are denied access into these schools. From what I hear, they're not allowed to promote, I'm using quotation marks, they're not allowed to promote their programs. They have to just rely on principals to send out that information, or the board messaging system to send out the information, rather than being able to connect with communities and parents and other staff from other schools to say, hey, this is the program that we would love to see. We've even had an equity coach from Seneca College come in and look over our program to see if it was equitable and what they could change in the audition process so that it would be more equitable to students who may not have been, who haven't had the resources to be exposed to the arts program, but how can our staff look at students and see the potential that they have, and also to see the interest rather than parents trying to force their children into the program. I also know of 5 parents who wrote their children's application into the lottery system rather than the child writing it themselves. And this is where the audition or the merit base kind of filters those kind of families out, so they can actually question the students one-on-one. Do you really want to be here, or is this the decision of your parents? And kids are very honest. We've had a lot of kids say, I don't want to even be here, but I'm forced to be here because of my parents.
My follow-up question is so I understand what really happened to Claude Watson or hack. So what's your candid opinion regarding how we can do a better consultation on the staff part? How we can run those programs?
I really think that it's the staff who are running the programs who should be the ones in charge of trying to create a more equitable system. They should be allowed to go to different schools to talk about the programs and why. And the staff themselves have also said that the audition process is not them interviewing the student, but the student actually is interviewing the staff and the program and the school and seeing if it is a good fit for them to come into our program. I think staff feel better because they're on the ground running. Yeah.
Thank you. That's the time, Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to delegate number 13, Trevor Finn. We see you're online, so can you please press *6 to unmute?
Hello?
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 Oh, sorry. This
is Jazelle.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Jazelle, go ahead. We will come back to Trevor. Oh, they're both. Okay. Okay. Sorry, Jazelle, go ahead, and we'll come back to Trevor.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Jazelle, and I'm actually the mom of Ava Kachuk, who spoke earlier. I'm here today as a parent who's experienced the specialized art programs with my daughter, and as someone who deeply believes in fairness, merit, and the real opportunity in our education system. And a real opportunity in our education system. Whether it's in the arts, STEM, or athletics, specialized high schools are so much more than just buildings. They are sanctuaries, especially in the art schools where there is a high population of LGBTQIA2S and neurodivergent kids who are passionate, driven, and hardworking students of a unique type. And they are students who have shown clear dedication, often for years, to earn their place in these safe sanctuaries. Ava was one of these students, and from an early age, her creativity and aptitude in art were evident. She dreamed of being in environments that would challenge and nurture her, and she worked for it. That's why I feel qualified to say a lottery system is not the answer. I believe the intent is to help marginalized students. However, this approach is, I believe, misguided. It doesn't quite hit the mark because it focuses on the wrong moment in a child's journey and does not align with achievement. Excellence is being erased in the name of equity. A lottery disrespects effort, practice, discipline, and commitment. It tells students that their hard work doesn't matter and their future comes down to chance. Is that the message we want to send to all students, marginalized or otherwise? Specialized schools exist not because not every child learns the same way. Some thrive in immersive, challenging environments. Taking away merit-based admissions denies them a space where they can truly grow. It's not fair to give a spot to a student who wins a lottery but hasn't demonstrated aptitude or readiness. And this starts early. A child doesn't have to decide to be an artist at 5 or at 8 years old. However, by then, signs of a child's strengths are already showing. That's when the TDSB should step in. If inclusion is the goal, the investment must start in grades 1 through 6. That's the golden time to nurture potential and explore interests. By high school, students should be going deep. They need programs and teachers who match their commitment, but even those teachers are being lost to underfunding and to private schools. We can't afford that. These educators are rare. We must support them, not drive them away. You have the power to build a system that is both equitable and excellent. Don't settle for the easy path. Choose the correct one. Thank you for your time and the chance to speak to you today.
Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, thank you, Giselle, for an excellent deputation. My question would be, you said we should not choose the easy path and choose the correct one. So what is the correct one?
I believe the correct one is a non-lottery system where going back to the time and, you know, as a parent going through, Ava applied to both Claude Watson and the Etobicoke School of the Arts. Something she didn't get to completely finish saying in her speech was, at the time, we were not in a financial position for fancy art classes. She did not attend any classes to get her into the art school. It was her effort and dedication and a goal that she set for herself. We shopped locally at Dollarama for art supplies, and I did it on a shoestring budget. And that commitment, I hesitate to use the word passion, but it is, and Ava used the word spark, that shines through, and it gets totally missed in the lottery. And you students end up with students that aren't really meant to be there or aren't happy to be there, or their parents are forcing them to be there. So I really believe that, you know, the audition process, which I got to see Ava do at Claude Watson and at Etobicoke School of the Arts, really weeds out kids who aren't going to work for it and who aren't willing to go deep. And the specialized school is specialized. It's deep. It's not broad. It's deep. I could
Thank
go
you.
on and on, but I'll stop there.
You can go. I still have 1 minute left. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Klein.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you, Jazelle, for your speech. I appreciate it. And I also appreciate that you do address equity, because I think it is really, really important that these specialized schools are available to more students in our underserved neighborhoods, just in general around our board. And I wanted you to please expand on, just clarify more what you mean by when you say that you think that the audition system actually does address equity more so than a lottery. Thank you.
Okay. So I would say in my experience with Ava and at both schools, part of what you get to do is go to a parent's night or day, as part of the process before the audition, to just sort of understand, what's going to transpire and what's going to be expected of your child at the audition. And I believe that the equity piece for me is that these auditions were open to everybody. And I think the question and was very diverse in both cases. And Ava's friends at ESA, as she explained, were quite diverse. So, I mean, could there always be more diversity? Possibly, but I don't understand how it's equitable to exclude talent and hard work and a passion. And I guess another side of it for me, which was extremely important for Ava, was how the environment of an arts-based school especially draws a huge percentage. I think the principal even said to me that it was about 80% of, I'm just going to put in quotes, queer students. And that cannot be overlooked in terms of equity. And because there seems to be this large correlation between sort of the neurodivergent artsy typed student and like the queer community. And those students are not going to have the same opportunity in the lottery, and they're not going to have this safe space that would be, no matter what their demographic. Quite honestly, a lottery, removes them from that opportunity to go to not only a school that they can find their tribe, that their people are at, but that they can excel with their sometimes natural talents. In my opinion, kids are very young when they start to express their strengths. I have one kid who's very
Jazelle.
I'm at my time.
Sorry, Jazelle, your time's up for Trustee Klein's questions.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No. Okay, that's all for questions from trustees. Thank you very much for coming out this evening.
Great, thank you.
We'll go back to delegate number 13, Trevor Finn. Trevor Finn, can you unmute? Press *6 to unmute. Yeah. Okay, we'll go to number 17. So delegate number 17 is Liu Sun. Oh, sorry, Liu Sun's not here. So we'll go to delegate 18, Harry Liu. Oh, in person. Go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, every trustee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Harry Liu. I'm the parent of a student in TOPS program at McDonald College Institute. Yeah, I'm here to express my serious concern about the lottery system currently used for admission for the specialized program. I know now also called the student interest program. You know, TOPS is one of those programs, and the demanding enhanced STEM program means for students with strong ability and deep interest in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Many students prepare for years, studying, building their skill, and working hard to try to get a spot. But the lottery ignore all of that. It turns admission into pure by chance, rather than recognizing effort, achievement, and readiness. This undermines the value of merit and hard work, and created a system that feel random and unfair, especially for the students who have shown sustained academic commitment. The lack of clear and criteria and transparent in the lottery process only added the family's frustration. It's difficult to explain to the motivated student why preparation and performance no longer matter. We have already seen the consequences in the past 2 years. Yeah. Michael already showed some data from my school. The fact is, in current grade 9, grade 10 student, the range of academic readiness has become very wide, creating challenge for both teacher and students. This mismatch can impact the overall learning experience and the program quality. I fully support TDSB's commitment to equity, but equity should not mean lowering those program standards. Truly, equity should remove barrier for underrepresented students when still recognizing and reward effort, potential, and readiness. As a parents also as a member in this community, in this school board, I urge every trustee to rethink this current admission policy, to return back to the merit-based admission system. You know, at least we need some evaluation, certain evaluation, including may not limit to like a test, profile preparation, also interview, right? To recognize those students' effort, readiness, and achievement. You know, that system worked before, should work again. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Trustee McLean, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. You talked about the disappointment for the students that were keen and achievers. But when the merit system was in use, did that still not exist at that time? Was there, because there was a limited supply of positions, so there was, in general speaking, there was a greater demand than there was supply. So even back in the merit system, was there not disappointment by some of the students that would have had access?
Yes, at least the merit-based enrollment system can make the certain class, you know, the like TOPS, the 2 class, I mean, the students' readiness match to teacher and each other's expectation. But for another group of students, if they still have interest, they can get support from other resources like after school class or like a peer support. You know, previously in our school, in our program, we have peer-to-peer like a body support. For example, some students need support, need help in a specific subject, right? The teacher can assign a strong student to help another student. We can find another way to minimize the gap, but not to putting everyone, by chance lottery in one class, to mix up everything. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. And through the chair, you shared that you were under the impression that the quality and the standards of the program had diminished. Short of award-winning test scores by some of the elite in the class, can you share how you got to the characterization that the quality of the programming being offered and the standards within the class are diminishing?
Sorry, could you repeat your last question again?
You share in your delegation, you shared that it was your impression that you believed that the quality of the programming had diminished, and that the standards in those classes as they exist had diminished. So, other than award test scores, contest test scores, I'm interested in how you came to the characterization that the overall quality of the programming being offered and the standards within the class, how they've diminished. I'm curious as to how you got there.
I'm the school council member in that school for 4 years. We have communication with each grade parents and their students. For current grade 9, grade 10 students, in one class, usually the for before lottery system, in one class, the class time will be used very how to say equally and to all the program, all the student and the teacher, but not for after the lottery system, the teacher is very struggle because the students readiness is different. It's quite wide. The teacher has to slow down, even cut off some certain content because certain amount of students cannot catch up. The teacher has to cut off certain of the content. That make another group of students who are ready to learn advanced content to give up their opportunity to learn the new thing. So then make things.
Mr. Liu, sorry. The time for Trustee McLean's questions are finished. Sorry. Do you have any questions? No, I don't see any further questions. So I thank you very much for coming this evening.
Okay, thank you,
to
everyone.
delegate and share your perspective. We're going to go back to, Trevor Finn. I understand that you are online. So if you press *6, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Great. Yeah, I don't know what that was all about. Sorry.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Chair and trustees. I'm a parent of a grade 8 student that has recently gone through the high school selection process. My daughter has always been incredibly artistic, whereas I still pretty much draw stick figures. From an early age, she showed natural ability and consistent interest in visual art. We never got her special classes. She displayed the talent and interest all on her own. So when we heard about specialized schools like Claude Watson and Etobicoke School of the Arts, that seemed like the perfect environment for her where she could have advanced instruction in visual arts and could be surrounded by like-minded students as well as teachers. We knew it would be a competitive process to get in, and there was an interview and she needed to submit a portfolio. but we felt she had a good chance as she'd essentially been creating a portfolio without realizing it, just from doing art over the years. We were concerned when we heard that the TDSB was removing the interview portfolio requirement and replacing it with a randomized lottery. I told her that her chances were lower now to get into Claude Watson because of that, but that it was still worthwhile to apply. But after going through the process and experiencing the disappointment and frustration and ultimate futility of the lottery system, I'm not so sure about that. You know, maybe she wouldn't have gotten into the program if it was still the interview portfolio system. That would have been okay, because at least she could have tried to achieve something and could have learned something in the process. As it stands, she had difficulty understanding why virtually all of her friends that applied got in and she didn't. She was close too. She ended up, I think, around 6 or something on the wait list. And it was frustrating to learn that the TDSB reduced the number of students admitted to the school from 150 to 100, eliminating an entire stream film and reducing the chances for any kid, in this case specifically my daughter, to get in. Now, I understand and respect the intention behind the change, and I think it's important to increase access for all students to high quality programs. But I think cutting out demonstrable ability entirely does a disservice to all kids. Kids are not all exactly the same. I think every kid has something that they'd be able to do better than anyone else around them, but it's not the same thing for each kid. And it's our job, I think, as parents, as educators, to figure out what that is for each kid and aim them towards it, not to punish or disadvantage the few kids that have started to figure that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Trustee Pei? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Trevor. Thank you for your deputation. I just found out is that you said once a program you applied to Claude Watson as a film major was removed from the application process. Did the school or staff give you explanation why?
Sorry, which was removed from the process?
Oh yeah, this is like, you know, Erheg. I assume your daughter applied Erheg Claude Watson
yes.
School for the arts, right, program. As far as I know, they used to have 5 program, you know, film.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Sorry,
so
you're asking
you
about
said
the
it's
film
that they cut one program, which decrease access. Yeah. So
yeah.
can you?
So can I just go?
Sure.
Yeah.
You go ahead, please.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm not entirely sure why they cut one program, but I just know that you know, there was a greater chance of students getting into the program when there was 150 students. And my question is, you know, the reason that I brought it up is that if the concern is access, then, you know, wouldn't you be trying to increase spots at these schools? Why are we shrinking the spots at the schools? At least, you know, if there was more spaces, then, you know, that would allow all students, those with demonstrable ability and those without, to access it. It's the creating the lottery and then shrinking the class that is a double confusing thing for me. So I guess the point is just, you know, I think we should be increasing possibly the spaces at these programs, or even increasing these programs at other schools, you know, and creating more of that kind of thing. More opportunities, not less, I guess is the point.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much for your delegation this evening. And we do have one more delegate. So Tennille Jacobs, can you press *6 to unmute?
Hello? Hello?
Yep. We can hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Sorry.
You have 3 minutes. Please go
Okay,
ahead.
Okay, great. So I'm basically talking on behalf of was the current process for admission into specialty programs like the arts programs, as well as the alternate program in elementary school. The current process that was put in place, this lottery process, actually waters down the very things that made such programs successful. For example, in the arts, auditions are a big part, or portfolios, if one is dealing with visual arts, are a big part of actually showing whether children are ready and suitable for those programs, because it's more than just talent, it's also drive, ambition, and a lot of the children that are getting through in the lottery process, because they're applying more to get to the school than for the actual program itself, are struggling. And this is not only coming from other parents, this is coming from the teachers in these programs as well. So the current process does need to be adjusted, particularly for the arts, to go back to including the addition process, if only to ensure that the students that get through also are interested in being in those programs, not just being in the school. Same thing goes for the alternative school program. For one of the schools, the Avondale Elementary, for example, a part of the process included parents actually having interviews with the teachers, because a big part of what makes that program successful is parental involvement. And it's a very highly rated school, so a lot of parents are applying to this current process, but unable to actually meet the involvement requirements, because the interview process is no longer a part of the process, and so they don't even know that that's a requirement. This also serves to actually water down this program. So while I understand the need for diversity and inclusion, this current process doesn't solve that. It's a Band-Aid fix, and all it actually does is serve to water down the very things that made these programs successful and necessary for the students that would attend them.
Thank you very much. Trustee Pei has a question.
Thank you to now, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you to now for your delegation. So I think you mentioned that without audition program, only use a lottery system, the program going to get watered down. So have you ever witnessed any water down of the program as a school council co-chair at Clawson or Egg?
Yes, so having spoken to the teachers, so we have to understand that at the other side of these programs are children, right? Children that it's a lot of the times they get pushed into schools because of their parents. One of the most common responses that teachers are giving in terms of their experience of their students is that parents are pushing for enrollment into these schools. Some parents have even been applying on behalf of their children to get into these schools, because the current admissions process is literally just a written statement, right? Where some parents have been doing those statements on behalf of their children to try and get them into schools. And when the children actually get into the schools and find out what's required to be successful in these programs, they can't cope. Many end up dropping out. And so and that's what I mean by watering down. The children that would want to be in these programs, that would thrive in these programs, don't get the opportunity because of the system that can easily be manipulated by parents who care for the prestige of the school itself, as opposed to the benefits of the arts program or the alternative program in the case of Avondale.
Okay, thank you. My follow-up question would be, what kind of impact on those students who are motivated to get into the program, even through the lottery system, with some students who are not interested but pushed by their parents? Is there any impact on those, highly motivated students?
Well, the highly motivated students end up missing out on opportunities. So I speak so passionately about these programs is because I've got three different autistic children. So my oldest, he went to Cardinal Carter, graduated there. I have seen the benefits of an arts program, not only in terms of the arts themselves, but academic, right? His whole graduating year got into the universities of their choice. So there's a lot of benefits of being able to be with a group of people that align with what it is that you're interested in doing. I also have a nephew who's now in Claude Watson. I'm guardian for him. And then my niece is currently in university at OCAD. She didn't get the opportunity to be in an arts-based program. She got in anyway, talent, but now being in OCAD without the, I guess, the grounding of the arts program and the understanding of the level of, especially with the visual arts, kind of like work, because she, in a regular school program, she only had an art class, right? And she was fortunate to have an art teacher that took a special interest in her to help her and kind of support her desire for the arts. So she got lucky, but that was a teacher. That was an individual teacher, right? Had she been in an arts program like Earl Haig, she would have had an opportunity to be way more prepared for the field she's now in. And she is still doing well, but the transition has been a lot harder because she didn't have the necessary kind of like preparation for university. She's in environmental design right now. It's been a very, very intensive program. And had she had an opportunity to be in an arts program, she likely would have had that transition into university go much smoother.
Thank you very much, Janelle, for your wonderful dedication. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. So thank you very much for coming and delegating this evening.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a 20-minute break so everybody in the room can eat dinner, and we'll recess and come back. Is it 20 after? Yeah. It's 20 after, so we'll come back at, oh my God, what is that, 7:40?
Trustees, if we can take our seats, we'll do a quorum check. Trustee Arts is in the room. Trustee Goff. Trustee Laskin. Trustee Nunziata.
Present.
Trustee Pay. Trustee Rajikula Singham.
Trustee Pay present. Thank you.
Trustee Rajikula Singham.
I'm here.
Trustee Sriskandaraja.
Present.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have quorum.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome back. So sorry, let me just open my thing. Our next item on the agenda is committee reports, and we have the bylaws, 2 reports from the bylaws review subcommittee. Those are for receipt this evening. Do we want to just move them together?
Madam Chair, I'd be happy to move them together and answer any questions. There's nothing here for approval, as the bylaw subcommittee is still working through the bylaws. Thank you.
Okay, great. Do we have a seconder for the reports?
Sriskandaraja.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the bylaws review subcommittee reports? No. Seeing none, are we going to open the vote? Okay, show of hands. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Okay, that carries for receipt. Thank you. Next is item number 6, matters postponed from previous meetings. And so we have 6.1 as this policy 079, fair dealings, copyright renamed to the use of copyright protected works policy. This is the phase 5 of the review. Who's speaking to this?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, System Superintendent Denise Humphreys will be speaking to this item.
Good evening, and through the chair, I'm pleased to present for approval the use of copyright protected works policy, P079. This policy is a foundational document that affirms the TDSB's commitment to the legal and ethical use of copyrighted works. It is designed to cultivate learning and work environments where respect for creators and copyright holders is a central consideration in all decisions involving the use of materials created by others. Furthermore, it ensures that all users within our board community clearly understand their rights and responsibilities as defined by the Copyright Act and related legal decisions. With me today joining virtually is Suzanne Jouid, centrally assigned principal. Next slide, please. The current policy is supported by 2 procedures. Procedure 616, Fair Dealings Guidelines. Procedure 683, Copyright and Public Performance Rights for Video Materials. The policy was developed in 2012 in response to BPM 157 due to a significant court decision regarding copyright that allowed for increased use of copyright protected materials for educational purposes. The current policy does not provide a framework for copyright as a legislated structure. It focuses primarily on fair dealing legislation requirements and does not cover student responsibilities. Next slide, please. Since 2012, case law has been tested and confirmed fair dealing for education, but legal challenges from creators and publishers continue. There is a massive increase in digital content and access within the educational system, including creation and publication of materials, technical protection measures for materials and licenses for materials, and significant infringing behaviors for both the use and creation of resources due to the pandemic. Next slide, please. It is important to note that fair dealing guidelines provide teachers with opportunities to use copyright protected materials without needing to obtain permission from the copyright owner. However, fair dealing only applies to specific situations, and teachers also have responsibilities that need to be included in revisions to the policy. Next slide. The Copyright Act balances the interests of users and copyright-protected works with creators' moral and economic rights. Right holders, vendor contracts often override fair dealing with stricter content restrictions. Licensing has become more complex to access and understand. As for TDSB staff, limited understanding of fair dealing versus copyright responsibility is one of the features. Viewing copyright as an obstacle rather than a responsibility. The pandemic also has caused an increase in infringements in resource use and creation within digital environments, and AI heightens the need for understanding intellectual property concepts. For students, we must consider there is an increased need for digital literacy and citizenship skills, including ethical and legal behaviors in digital environments, and the need for greater understanding of copyright on digital platforms and social media, such as plagiarism and appropriation. Next slide, please. The revised policy highlights the following big ideas: affirming the commitment to truth and reconciliation calls to action, extending copyright practices beyond fair dealings to encompass the entire Copyright Act, and promoting responsible copyright use. Shifting responsibility from technical aspects to teaching and learning, aligning with copyright legislation and the Council of Ministers of Education Canada Memorandum, connecting curriculum to global citizenship and digital literacy skills, and enhancing communication for effective and ongoing engagement. Next slide. Finally, the Library Learning Resources Services Overview includes annual communication required by the Council of Ministers of Education Canada, professional learning opportunities and ongoing opportunities and resources for all staff, content licensing, document publication, and copyright news tracking. Next slide, please. We have come to the end of the presentation, and thank you for your time tonight. Back to the chair.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions on the policy? Trustee Siskarandaraja?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff, for this presentation. I just have a question to the chair. How much does the board spend on, licensing fees and copyright fees annually?
Through the chair, we do have an extensive budget associated with this, when we'll have to come back with that question and those exact numbers for the trustees.
Through you, Madam Chair, is there a range? Like, are we talking tens of millions? Like, is there a ballpark if you don't have the exact number?
Through you, Chair. Susan, do you have any indication of that? Otherwise, Trustee Siskarandaraja, we will get back to you and trustees as soon as possible. And Ken through Trustee Weekly. Susan, do you have a comment on this?
Thank you through the chair. Thank you for your question, and good evening, everyone. The Library and Learning Resources is responsible for all licensing at a system level. So all digital tools and all resources that are digital, including ebooks and other resources like encyclopedia. Our budget at the Library and Learning Resources are less certainly than a million. And some schools do come to us with support through, we can either accumulate this licensing for them or support them, and they might pay from the school budget. So the budget that we carry at Library and Learning Resources, we can comment on. It is, as I said, way limited, and we try to navigate the most important ones or asked ones that apply certainly to privacy and confidentiality, and through the assessment, the risk assessment. And recently we might want to have a look on those and see which one is a priority, because as we say, all budgets are in cut. So thank you for the questions. As for the school, we can't comment on the school's budget.
Thank you for that. Through you, Madam Chair, is there or has there ever been an exploration of if we could, maybe through OPSPA, if we could work through other boards to sort of, do sort of these mass purchasing, if you will, to lower the cost of these things? Is that a way we could save money, but also preserve the integrity of what we're trying to do here?
Trustee Siskan-Raja, can I clarify? Is that a question you would like to be taken forward to OPSPA? I would
Sure,
say
that would be great for OPSPA and great for if staff know historically have we tried to do anything like that from the board in their workings, or is that something they've thought of, or is that even, is there a point in doing that?
So I would add to that, do we know if OESC if OESC does or works with copyright? So, OESC is the Provincial School Boards Cooperative. I think I'm forgetting the acronym, Education Services Cooperative, and we do get better pricing on gas and electricity through that organization.
Through the chair, one of the things that we can do is we can explore possibilities through purchasing in terms of opportunities to lower our costs or explore collaboration.
Thank you. Right. And especially through the chair, if this is something OPSPA can advocate, if something the ministry can do, provincial wide, they would have the scope to do that. And my last question, I think, at this point, through you, Madam Chair, has there been any efforts to move towards open source resources?
Through you, Chair, I'll start, and we'll go to Suzanne Jolie to add. We do have some work that had taken place on regarding open source policy. But Suzanne, I'll ask you to add, and then we can take the question back for further consideration beyond what you have to offer. Over to you, Suzanne.
Thank you. Yes, we were looking at that and consulting also with the other board and with the IT department to look at more open source resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so if we could have some updates on these questions, I would appreciate that. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add some more detail into OPSPA. Whenever, if trustees remember, when we get a bill from OPSPA for our fees, it includes two savings. One is under the energy savings that the chair of the committee referenced. The other is the copyright savings, because OPSPA helps all school boards save money by advocating and implementing the fair dealing guidelines. So ensuring boards are compliant with the Act, utilizing the additional users' rights. OPSPA helps all school boards avoid unnecessary costs and claiming the fair benefit of the dealing. So I believe in our board, it was over $500,000 that were saved through copyright licensing fees. But we're happy to get more information on that, but it is articulated on our OPSPA bills, and it's supported by they support it through, as the chair mentioned, the initials of the education. I'm sorry, I'm blanking here, but just to say yes, through the OPSPA organization provincially, all school boards get savings through the cooperative. So I just wanted to mention that, and I don't have the OPSPA bill in front of me to note what our savings were for this year, but it is articulated on the bill through you, Madam Chair, just for the information of our colleagues.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, just to follow up on that, that's really interesting. Is there any work, especially in this climate of sort of national pride and concerns about tariffs? And I know that's been a big conversation when it has come to these copyrights. So maybe I'll start with that question through you, Madam Chair. What have there been conversations about the tariffs and copyright? And if you could share with the public what those conversations are.
Go ahead, Suzanne, through you, Chair.
Thank you, through you, the chair. This is a process that we engaged in. We reviewed every vendor and every license that we have, and we looked at the cost and the provider, and we looked at other sources, and this is what we've been engaging for our budget for 25-26 to see what we can use as alternative if Canadian is available. And we looked also at the use at schools because we don't want to make a huge disruption in the system. So this is a process, and we have all the data ready now for our analysis and decision making. So thank you for the question.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, I'm relieved to hear that these conversations are being had. And just the last one, which I said last time, just to piggyback on what Trustee Laskin had mentioned, or maybe add to it, beyond OSPA, I know we have the Canadian, the Canadian National School Board Association. Has there been any conversation, especially in this climate, maybe there's more appetite for doing more national sort of deals? Like, has there been any interest from the federal government, or do you know if anybody in the space is advocating at a federal level how we can sort of tackle? I know this has come up when there's been conversations of having sort of federal Department of Education but yes, has there been any conversations about how we could get better deals with more cooperations across the country?
Go ahead, Suzanne.
Thank you. Through you, the chair, there are conversations. They are just the primary still. We just engaged in one that other boards called for with a representative from the government, but it didn't lead to additional conversation. We're still waiting for a follow-up meeting. As for us at the board, we always look at other boards, and we collaborate with our IT department and purchasing to see if other boards are interested. For example, our platform Insignia, we look at other boards because it is Canadian, and we have been using it, and we will continue to use it for next year and hopefully 3 more years as the contract being in process to ensure that with collaboration, for example, with the Catholic board, we might get better offering, but we always negotiate with vendors, and we try to bring forward other boards who are interested in the same product.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin, did you have further questions? Nope. Anyone else online? Nope. No No more questions. Could I get a mover and a seconder for this policy?
Mr. Skandaraja?
Trustee
you.
Pei.
Thank you. Yeah, I will use eScribe for this. The vote is the vote open? Yes, the vote's open.
Trustee Pei in favor.
Trustee Nunziata in favor.
Uh-oh. My system reset. So, I'm in favor. Trustee Rajkulasingham, how do you vote?
In favor.
And do we need Trustee Patel? Okay, we'll mark him absent, please. And for some reason,
Trustee Nunziata in favor.
thank you. That carries. Thank you very much. Next is agenda item 7, staff reports, and we'll go to 7.1, which is policy 31, the human rights policy annual review. And
Thank you, and through you, Chair, Executive Lead, Mahjabeen Ibrahim will be speaking to this item.
Good evening, trustees and community members and colleagues. It is my pleasure to bring to you Policy 31, the Human Rights Policy for approval. It has undergone a streamlined review process to ensure compliance with the Occupational Health and Safety Act, as was done in the previous 2 years. Moving forward, we will be moving to the 5-year cycle, where policies are reviewed at a minimum once every 5 years. Since no substantive change was being sought beyond the change to the timeline, the streamlined process was conducted, and the policy remains unchanged. As you will recall, the policy exists to uphold, protect, and promote human rights for TDSB community members as they learn, work, and function at the TDSB. And it also exists to ensure that we meet our positive human rights obligations in terms of a climate where students and staff can thrive. Happy to take any questions if there are. Thank you.
questions online. Trustee Laskin, can I pass the chair?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So I just have one question, because it's come up before. Sorry, could you remind me, is it correct that next year the policy goes through the full review?
It will be, yes, it says at a minimum once every 5 years, and next year it will be 5 years since the last full review. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And so I've had some questions about how we list or define some of the protected categories, like where we're living in definitions, or sorry, where the definitions live. And my understanding from our conversation was that the definitions live in the Human Rights Code, and that's what we refer to. And is that correct?
And through the chair, yes, most of these definitions are drawn directly from the Human Rights Code or from human rights case law.
Okay. And so in terms of incorporating more text, I guess, into our own policy to reflect the Human Rights Code, the opportunity for that would be in the next review cycle.
Yes, through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Laskin, go ahead.
Yeah, I give you that, the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under the rationale section, the second paragraph, it said it is recognized and acknowledged that Many members of the TDSB community continue exclusion and marginalization, including racism, anti-Indigenous racism, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just wondering why some of the forms of discrimination according to our RBH are not listed there. This is not an exhaustive list. Why are there some forms that are not here?
And thank you. And through the chair, Trustee Laskin correctly identifies that the list is limited. And when it was reviewed in 2021, that was some of the examples that were included. But certainly that can be considered in the next review about how comprehensive that listing is, and also to meet and understand current needs. We need to look at that again. So thank you to Trustee Laskin through the chair for raising that.
So for you, Madam Chair, to staff, so why then did we make the change for reviewing every 5 years as the only change in the policy?
Apologies through the chair. If I could please have the question repeated.
Right, so it's here before us. Let me just get the recommendation correctly. That this policy is here to be approved, and it's reviewed on an annual basis. And the only change here is the dates of the review. And yet it's pretty glaring to me that in the paragraph, in the second paragraph where things are listed, that, well, I'll be just straight up, that it doesn't mention anti-Semitism at all. And I find that not acceptable, given the data from the RBH portal and the data that was in the annual report. So I feel that it should be added now and not have to wait a whole year for a review. For you, Madam Chair, to staff, I'd like to understand if they would consider that. Thank you.
And to Trustee Laskin through the chair, again, thank you for that question. Two parts to that. This streamlined process is only to ensure compliance with the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Any further changes, we need to open the policy up for full review. And in light of the advice given by governance, so by the policy team, the only aspect that was reviewed is compliance with the Occupational Health and Safety Act, and no further changes, was my understanding, can be made at this point till we open the policy for review. And Trustee Laskin correctly identifies that we do need to look at that list and address it as well. But my understanding is in the streamlined process, that's all the change we can make, which is if there is any change to legislation or regulation that affects this policy. Thank you.
For you, Madam Chair, to someone who can answer that, is that a correct interpretation? That no other changes can be made in our streamlined approach? Who can answer that for me?
Sorry.
No, I don't think so. To Trustee Laskin through the chair, from the policy team, my understanding is we are only to make housekeeping changes related to the legislation for which we were reviewing the policy. And that's my understanding of the streamlined process. So it was only to ensure compliance with the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I cannot support this. Given the fact that it erases anti-Semitism, I cannot do that as a trustee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any further questions? Okay, can we get a mover in? Can I get a mover and a seconder, please, for that update to the policy?
Raja.
Thank you. I need a seconder.
Raja Kolasingham.
Thank you. And can we open the vote, please? Trustee Nunziata and Trustee Pei and Trustee Rajkulasingham.
In favor, Chair.
Trustee Pei.
Trustee Nunziata in favor.
Trustee Pei against.
Okay, that carries. And the next policy for annual update is P34, the Workplace Harassment Prevention for Non-Human Rights Code Harassment Policy. And again, this is an annual review in compliance with the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Take it away.
Good evening, and through the chair, consistent with TDSB's policy development and management procedure, this policy P034, Workplace Harassment Prevention and Non-Human Rights Code Harassment, is before you this evening for its annual review. As you know, policies mandated by legislation undergo annual reviews to follow us. They follow a simplified process unless there are substantive legislative changes. This year, there have been no significant legislative changes, and as such, staff are not recommending any major revisions to the policy. Only housekeeping updates have been made to maintain accuracy and alignment with current practices and other policies. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, first I have Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm not understanding something here. Given the explanation that was just provided to me in the last annual review of a policy, and now I look at this policy, there's been an addition under rationale. There's been things taken off in terms of the definitions. It doesn't seem to be following the same process or strict guidelines as the previous one under annual review. So through you, Madam Chair, to staff, why the difference in looking at both policies that are in a streamlined process?
Through the chair, I can only speak to the policy that I was working on with our governance team, and our governance team suggested the changes to the policy to be consistent with the normal policy development practices, in that we had a definition in there that was not referred to anywhere in the policy in and of itself. And based on policy creation guidelines, for lack of a better term, that shouldn't be there. That instance shouldn't exist. We included the statement towards truth and reconciliation in the policies, as we're doing with all our policies as they come up.
And through the chair, if I can just add, these are generally housekeeping, as Executive Officer Ellis mentioned. There's some editing errors, essentially some definitions of cyberbullying, bullying that are defined but not used at all in the policy. And toward the end, in a type of an example that normally would not fall under a policy per se. So again, for under the Occupational Health and Safety Act, this policy, which deals with non-human rights code, workplace harassment, has an annual review process. Thank you.
So it's for you, Madam Chair, to staff. So this adds something in the rationale that wasn't added in the human rights policy. So again, I just ask, there seems to me to be two different approaches being made. And I mean, it is what it is, but I just don't understand the differences when both are meant to be streamlined, both are meant to correct or update or whatever. So I do get that you take a definition out because it doesn't appear in the policy. But I also don't get why you don't add in the largest form of hate we're experiencing in the TDSB in the rationale section of a human rights policy. But I lost that battle, so I stopped my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And if I may, through you, Chair, to Trustee Laskin, thank you for pointing out the issue of consistency, Trustee Laskin, and how we are understanding and applying the expectations, understandings, and guidelines around what housekeeping means, around what annual review means, compared to a more comprehensive review on a 5-year cycle. So we'll take this away to inform further policy review and development processes. Thank you.
If there's no further questions, could I get a mover and a seconder for, sorry, P034? Thank you. I need a seconder.
Nunziata.
Rajagul Singham.
Thank you. And could we open the vote, please?
In favor.
Trustee Nunziata in favor.
Pay in favor.
Trustee Rajagul Singham.
In favor.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Our next item is 7.3. This is policy P033. Excursions policy. This is a review phase 1, and who's speaking to this?
Thank you, and through you, Chair, David Hocker-Badlowski, centrally assigned principal, will be speaking to this item. Let's start. Or perhaps Associate Director Audley Salmon will be making comments first. So over to you, Audley.
Thank you, Director Latus, and through the chair. I'll just begin and then I'll turn it over to Centrally Assigned Principal David Hocker-Badlowski. This particular excursion policy, P033, was first adopted in June 26, 2003. It was last reviewed in June 19th, 2019. And one of the things about this particular policy, certainly within the province of Ontario, probably across the country, this policy and the accompanying procedure is probably one of the most articulate, specific documents around excursions that we have in the province. And part of that is based on the work that the Centrally Assigned Principal has been doing over the years. And also part of the reality is that we've had to look at this particular policy in detail, certainly in 2019, when a tragic incident took place. And so this policy certainly has had significant level of scrutiny as we begin this process based on situations that took place recently. We have embarked on going through a review a little bit quicker than had anticipated. So I'm going to turn it over to David to speak to this particular policy review process. David?
Thank you, and through the chair. A very brief presentation, as this is a high-level overview of the work plan as we embark on the revision of P033, our excursion policy. As we move forward, as Associate Director Salmon already pointed out, the last review was in 2019, and the policy outlines the requirements for organization and excursions and out-of-school experiences. The report in front of you is for receipt and outlines the action plan and associate timelines. The work plans includes ensuring that the policy is in line with the current multi-year strategic plan and associated items, including UNDRIP. It includes public consultation through the TDSB website, input from the various community advisory committees, and doing that through September, October, and then bringing back to GPC for presentation in November 2025. Very high level overview, and happy to take any questions at this time.
Trustee Laskin?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the fact that the consultation for this policy isn't until the fall and it runs through November. I was worried that it would start now when we couldn't focus appropriately on it, nor could the communities. But then that raises a very interesting question. What will happen when the UIEC might want to support the Grassy Narrows River Run Walk again, which is held in September, which is before this policy review will happen? What will happen with classes that might want to go down on September 30th to the events at City Hall to support Truth and Reconciliation? Is there a moratorium on those in the meantime, or will our students be able to support initiatives supporting First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples within the city? Through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Through you, Chair, I'll start, and then Associate Director Salmon can provide comments. There is not a moratorium that has been established for any excursions, including the ones that you have identified. Certainly to, it's important to make things explicit in the way that you have. We understand where that question comes from, given the events of last year. And I think what that points to is that as staff, it's important for us to give very careful consideration to the experience of last year, to the report that has been published, and to our current excursion procedure, which remains in place until a new procedure or policy is established, and consider through issues management how we wish to make decisions and provide direction to the system regarding these types of activities, including the two specific ones that you have named.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to staff. I'm glad to hear there's no moratorium. The other thing that I'm concerned about is that there's not unintended consequences of this policy review. For example, there are some within our communities that consider the Pride Parade a political event and protest against it. The TDSB participates in the Pride Parade, and I just want to be clear that when we say organized marches, rallies, and/or protests and use the word political, that we do not have unintended consequences that take us backwards and not forwards in our support for human rights. So I just say that as a comment. I think that that's certainly been on my mind as these conversations about excursions have been brewing. What constitutes political when there are differences of opinion on gay rights, there are differences of opinion on women's rights, there are differences of opinion, and I could go down the list, environmental rights. So, so I just say that out loud so that staff, just in the documents that go out for consultation, we really try to ensure we're not framing it in a way that will have negative unintended consequences for our students. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
And through the chair, thank you very much for those comments, and we support what you've just outlined. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee McLean?
Thank you, and through the chair. I'm not sure this is directly related, but the Grassy Narrow situation or instance and challenge was, we've talked a little bit about and identified here, and is certainly part of what's going to be this work that's going to be done. Is there a debrief scheduled for trustees in terms of what was written in the report and what transpired, and about how best that this work, we could lessons learned and how we could identify this?
Thank you, Trustee McLean, and through you, Chair. There isn't a debrief scheduled at this time, Trustee McLean. We will give consideration to the learnings from the experience, including the report in the review of the policy, and we'll build in an opportunity for the conversation that you've identified with trustees about the report in particular as part of the policy review process to inform, to have the learnings inform how we were able to move forward with the revised policy.
A follow-up, if I may, Madam Chair. Respectfully, Director, the report as I read it, and it's a public document, so and if I wander astray and someone tell me that I'm gone out of line, but it indicated that there were, it indicated a multiple of times that there were TDSB policies and procedures that were not followed. If we're going to revamp this policy, is it not reasonable for us to understand what broke down that day that led to the conclusion? Like, I'm not purview to the testimony or any of the information provided, but the conclusion was that there were policies and procedures that were not followed. So the extent at which we are going to revamp the policy and review it, is it not reasonable to expect that trustees would have access to the lessons learned so that when you're building the new and improved version, that we could be, assured that, we were heading in the right direction? And I appreciate that some of that conversation might have to take place in private because for reasons that are reasonably obvious, but I'm still not I guess I'm pushing back a little bit about this notion that trustees have no need to know.
Through you, Chair. I think I'd like to clarify, Trustee McLean. I don't believe that I intended to communicate that trustees don't have a right to know. That certainly wasn't my intention. It wasn't in my mind in what I said. What I indicated is that a meeting has not been scheduled, but that we will certainly schedule such opportunity for the kind of debrief that you've identified. That's what I intended to communicate and thought I did. So I appreciate the opportunity for clarification.
Well, thank you for that. Through you, Madam Chair, I appreciate that. And I may have misunderstood. So but I'm glad to know that there will be an opportunity for collective learning and a collective discussion around how best to reinvent the wheel moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I pass the chair, Trustee Lasky? Please. Thank you. So just further to what was asked, from the report and from my reading of the policies, the existing policy is very comprehensive. But what report confirmed was that some aspects of having to go for superintendent or upper level approval for day excursions has become onerous. So before I believe that will be addressed via the policy review. However, in the meantime, how are we supporting conversations and supporting superintendents and principals, as Trustee Laskin said, to enable participation of students in things that meet our goals as a system, and our goals in honoring all of the different human rights aspects that we honor. How do we support them in the meantime if the existing one is, problematic? The steps are onerous, and we know. I'm just going to get a plug in for our budget, and we know that our superintendents have far greater workload than other school boards. We know that they're overburdened. So how are we making that role easier for them in the meantime till this policy is there?
Thank you. And through the chair, in the days and weeks after the incidents that took place in September, part of what we have been working on is working with superintendents in order to address the discrepancy with respect to approval for excursions. It's part of what Trustee McLean made reference to, part of the confusion, and what you've also articulated, which was who actually has ultimate responsibility for signing off on certain types of excursions, partly because this was not a high-risk excursion, and as many trustees know, for high-risk type excursions, the expectation is that a superintendent signs off on it. In this particular case, was not a high-risk excursion. However, therefore, superintendents actually did not, by our own policy, have to sign off. However, there was a bit of a challenge with respect to what things that are not explicitly stated and items that are not on the actual excursion list automatically must go to the superintendent. This particular one was not on the actual excursion list. Therefore, by default, policy is outlined in the report. It needed to actually go to the superintendent. So two contradictory types of messages that were part of it. So what we've done is work with superintendents around changing the actual default for the EMA system that we use in order to input, so that the EMA system will default to the superintendent for approval. And we've been working with the superintendents in order to identify and say, these are the types of things that we need to be able to, that you will be responsible for approving. We know that it is more onerous at this point in time. So we're trying to provide methodologies to address specific things and identifying places that are part of the excursions that we know are, it's appropriate for individuals to go to. So we've been working with risk management. We've been working with David and his team, and we've been working with other departments in order to address that very thing so that we can move forward. Thank you.
So to just put a point on what the Associate Director just said, the changes have been made to the tool to align with the policy to ensure consistency in its application and use.
Okay, thank you. My other comment reflects also Trustee Laskin's when we are the point about clarifying student participation in organized marches, rallies, and protests. I think that the definitions of what those are needs to be very, very detailed and focus on all of our commitments to human rights, because as we said, some people think that a walk even around the school for climate for clean water is a protest, and not an advocacy campaign. And honestly, if people are going to go down that road, our Terry Fox runs, our marches. So we have to be very, very careful because, and I've said this, I've said this again and again to staff. If we are shying away from anywhere there might be a protest in Toronto, then we have to stop sending kids to Queen's Park because there's been a protest there every time I've been there. So we have just to be very careful that we're not bubble wrapping our system unnecessarily. We live in a diverse multicultural city, as was stated, and we have to be clear that students are able to fully participate in not just their schools, but their communities and the world around them. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair, and we're on the same page with that because I think part of that, the review is about what are the parameters that we put in place in order to support student learning through excursions, but also ensure the safety of all of our students. And that will be finding that balance within the constructs of parameters that would be outlined in the review will provide us with a little bit more context around that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take back the chair. Anybody online? No. Thank you. And Trustee Laskin, you had more questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one other question, and I apologize that I had to leave the room and I didn't hear all of Trustee McLean's questions to staff. But in light of the excursion report that came from the ministry, I know that staff put our internal investigations on hold pending the response of the ministry. Since we've received the response from the ministry, have staff resumed their investigations? Through you, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, because I oversee people and culture, I'll be responding to that. Following that, the staff and people and culture are reviewing the report to continue their assessment on the next steps.
Thank you very much.
Are there any more questions on the review or phase one review of the excursion policy? Seeing none, could I get a mover and a seconder for this report? Trustee Laskin? Someone online?
Trustee Pei.
Thank you. Did we open the vote, please?
Pei in favor.
Raja in favor.
Trustee Nunziata in favor.
Rajagul Singham in favor.
That carries. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is 7.4. This is policy P100, student interest programs policy review, phase 3. And who's taking this?
Through you, Chair, Associate Director Audrey Salmon will start, supported by a team that he'll introduce.
Thank you. Thank you, and through the chair. Before you this evening is the P100 Student Interest Programs Policy Review Phase 3 report. In January 2025, staff brought to GPC Phase 1 of this policy review, seeking trustees' input on the proposed work plan and draft policy for consultation. We appreciate the insight and information the trustees provided on this draft policy at that time. This evening, as part of the Phase 3, we are bringing a report with the updated draft policy for public consultation. We know that this policy is extremely important to staff, students, parents, and communities across the TDSB. As such, we look forward to getting your input on the draft policy prior to it moving to consultation. I want to extend my appreciation for the staff that has provided countless hours into bringing this report to you today. At this time, I will turn it over to the team of System Superintendent Ronnie Felsen and Centrally Assigned Principal Rico Fuentes to take us through the report.
Thank you, and through the chair. Before we begin, I want to be clear that before you tonight is not the policy for your approval. This is simply a draft version to be shared with community for consultation, feedback, comments, suggestions, ideas, criticism, and support. The policy, as we'll go through in the presentation, will be back in early 2026. At that point, it may look different based on what we hear from the rich and thorough consultation process that we're sharing tonight. Tonight is about the consultation process and our next steps. Next slide. You may remember, as part of the secondary program review, staff was tasked to develop a policy separate from the former optional attendance policy to address the inequities in specialized programs. In May 2022, the Board of Trustees approved a new policy called Student Interest Programs, which was a departure from past practices related to admissions into programs. The policy was developed to support the board's ongoing commitment to improve access to special programs based on student interest and to support its commitment to offer a range of program opportunities for all learners. The policy aligns with board policies, including the equity policy, the human rights policy, and it's consistent with the Ontario Human Rights Code. This policy supports the board's commitment to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's calls to actions and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as a framework for reconciliation. Next slide. After the Minister of Education's letter of April 17, 2024, staff recommended that the Board of Trustees amend the policy review schedule in moving the review of P100 from the 2026-2027 school year to this school year, 24-2025. Our Phase 1 report with the review work plan was brought to GPC in January and approved at board in February. Staff sought trustee feedback related to the draft policy and the consultation process. Tonight, we're presenting the Phase 3 report along with the draft policy around which the public consultation will be framed for receipt. Upon receipt by the board in June, the public consultation will be launched on June 23rd, 2025. The public consultation will span the summer, with the bulk of the engagement and consultation process occurring in the fall of 2025, and it will conclude at the end of November. Again, I want to reiterate that the draft policy is just that. It's a draft. It does remain fairly aligned with the current P100 document because that's exactly what we want to hear feedback about. After the thorough consultation, staff will update and bring forward to trustees a revised policy in early 2026. Next slide. As a reminder to trustees from our policy development and management procedure, consultation is defined as two-way communication process between the board and external participants, including students and their parents, guardians, school councils, advisory committees, community members, different levels of government, service agencies, professional organizations, and union partners. And the objective of consultation is to gather public input regarding options, alternative choices of action, and/or directions to help inform decision-making. Next slide. On the slide before you are the various purposes of consultation, which I will not read. I'll simply highlight the section circled in red, which aims to gather voices and perspectives from all groups. Next slide. Staff are seeking input and possible alternative courses of action through the consultation process, but it should be noted that those alternatives must align and reflect the board's equity and human rights policies. While many voices may engage in the consultation process, not all ideas and suggestions will be incorporated or may be incorporated into the revised policy. Staff will weigh feedback, suggestions, and ideas when drafting the policy. This work is complicated. All voices need to be given space to be heard. While we may hear a high volume of feedback from certain groups during the consultation process, the final recommendations, which will be brought forward to the Board of Trustees, will not be based solely on the loudest voices or the majority opinion. Instead, staff will develop proposals grounded in what is best for students. These recommendations will reflect thoughtful consideration of all input received, but may not incorporate every individual idea or suggestion. Next slide. Public consultation will be conducted in accordance with the board-approved policy review work plan on February 19th, 2025. The draft policy for consultation is outlined in appendices. I think we're going back one slide, please. Back. That's right. The draft policy for consultation is outlined in appendices A and B of the report. Draft P100 for the public consultation remains fairly aligned with the current policy. And I'll now ask centrally assigned Principal Reiko Fuentes to walk you through the draft policy.
Thank you. As has been mentioned, the draft policy remains fairly consistent with the current version of P100, as this is the core that we wish to receive feedback on. There has been a resequencing of some of the sections, and in the track changes version, the movement of content appears in green double underlined text. It makes it complicated to read, but those are pieces that have simply been cut and pasted from one section to another. course, I sat in the seat with no microphone. My apologies. So in that movement, the policy now starts with local programs, as we want to emphasize the opportunities that are available to students at their local school. FAST, or facilitated access to skilled trades-based specialist high skills majors, has been incorporated into the section on local programs, as these programs are local programs. The FAST application is a way that students from other schools are able to access the local program that's not available at their current school. This is a reorganization and not a change. Secondary schools without a boundary did not exist at the time that P100 was first drafted. Secondary schools without a boundary are included in the out-of-area admissions process. This application process was brought to the Planning and Priorities Committee on May 15th, 2024, and was approved by the Board of Trustees on May 22nd, 2024. This change and inclusion aligns the draft policy with our current practice. The high-performing athlete programs have already been removed from Central Student Interest Program portfolios. The programs are predominantly able to accommodate all eligible applicants from the City of Toronto. Eligibility is actually determined by the provincial and national sporting organizations who select the athletes. The schools do not provide any learning opportunities related to athletics. They provide simply an accommodated schedule so that the students can train. The inclusion of this in the policy aligns the draft with our current practice. Next slide, please. We've included a more detailed outline of the mandate of Central Student Interest Programs. And again, this addition aligns the draft policy with our current practice. The section regarding First Nation, Métis, and Inuit applicants has been included and again now reflects our current practices. Next slide, please. The policy now reflects the primary and alternate choices in the application process. This change aligns the draft policy with our current practice. External Central Student Interest Programs have been removed from the policy draft. Specifically, the International Baccalaureate programs have been excluded. Applicants are opting to participate in a program that is set by an external organization. The mandatory program fees and the additional external curriculum expectations and accompanying diploma distinguish these programs from interest programs. If removed from P100, the admissions processes for the International Baccalaureate programs will be developed in alignment with board policies. The policy review cycle has been updated to reflect the board's new review timelines. This change aligns the draft policy with the board's current practices. Unchanged, although potentially relocated within the policy, are sections related to interest-based admissions, the prioritization of historically and currently underserved and underrepresented communities, the prioritization of Toronto residents over non-Toronto residents, and the central application and placement process. I've now asked Dr. David Cameron to speak briefly about the consultation themes.
Thank you, Principal Fuentes. Good evening through the chair. The themes, we'll explore themes through a variety of different consultation methods, including surveys, intentional focused conversations, focus groups, and with a variety of roles and people across the community and within different roles. Within the consultation process, we'll examine the original mandate of the P100 policy in terms of admissions with central school interest programs. We'll gather feedback from the alternative program models, potential program models. We'll look at a variety, as an example, merit-based at grade 11. We'll explore a variety of ways we could think about those programs. We'll explore the admissions criteria, including demonstration of ability. We'll look at lottery versus portfolio versus additions. We'll explore a wide range of the implications in terms of an equity priority seat basis or a random selection process in terms of those implications and the impact of the P100 policy. We'll also interrogate people's perceptions, students' perceptions in the program themselves as the admission process changed, parents' perceptions, educators' perceptions and staff perceptions, and broadly speaking, community at large. So the consultation will be broad and deep and will meant to generate as many ideas as possible, given what Superintendent Felsen said around what might go in and what might not go into the redraft policy. Echo.
Thank you, Dr. Cameron. Next slide, please. So in Appendix D, the consultation plan summary overview, you'll find more detailed information about the plan for the public consultation. The consultation process will be guided by a steering committee and is being guided, by a steering committee with representatives from special education, equity, the Center of Excellence for Black Student Achievement, the Urban Indigenous Education Center, school administrators, the Parent Community Engagement Office, communications, and research. Next slide, please. As outlined in Appendix D, the consultation will engage many groups, and as Dr. Cameron has just outlined, as mandated in the policy review work plan, there will be consultation sessions with the Community Advisory Committee representatives, Student Senate, and student trustees. Additionally, the consultation will engage with school council representatives. Based on the participation rates in recent public consultations, staff are scheduling 4 virtual sessions in addition to 1 in-person session for the general public. Next slide, please. Input from students will take place in several different ways. Smaller focus groups will be established, and student feedback and input will be sought with these groups of students. Data from this current school climate survey will also be included, in addition to an exit survey that will be shared with students that are departing a central student interest program in the fall of 2025. Next slide, please. The consultation also includes a dedicated consultation session for TDSB staff, along with a session for their professional associations and unions. Further engagement with parents, guardians, and caregivers connected with model schools for inner cities will be arranged with the support of the TDSB community engagement workers. The policy feedback survey, again, will also be available along with the draft policy for the duration of the public consultation. Next slide, please.
And finally, we look forward to launching the consultation process. The dates are on the screen before you, June 23rd to November 28th. And as outlined by essentially signed Principal Fuentes, the active consultation and all those steps will take place, the majority of those steps will take place in fall of 2025. I'll now pass it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. First on the list, I have Trustee Lasky.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Initially, just process pieces. Nothing in the report spoke to the steering committee. Nothing in the report spoke to the consultation themes. Can they be added to the report before it goes to board through you, Madam Chair, staff? All that was there was Appendix D, which simply had the summary plan overview. But I think if I would have had that list of how consultations and what things were going to be thought about in consultations as I read the report, it would have made far more sense to me. Through you, Madam Chair, to staff, and I think to our public. And I know the slide deck will become part of the public record, but I'm wondering in the report that comes to board and if those things can be actually in the report itself. Through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Through the chair, we're happy to include the consultation themes and the steering committee details. Thank you.
Thank you very much, because for me, that made more sense when I read the generic statements of change that were in the policy document. It gave me more information on what it might mean. And in terms of accountability and transparency, I think that's really important. I'm imagining now the consultation will have examples. It will have some options. It will have some think about what would your preference be. So it's not just a blank page. I mean, there will be obviously opportunities for people to share their own thoughts, but they'll also know that staff are thinking about, and you mentioned those things as you went through what some of the consultation will be. And I think that's just critically important before it goes public. Number one. Number two is there seems to be for me, and at least maybe it's not just me, very contradictory statements in the policy. I'm not understanding 6.5.4, students demonstrating interest or passion will be eligible for the random selection process versus 6.513, which means applicants are all going to be processed using a centralized application system versus 6.5.8 about admission priority will be given to students self-identifying currently, historically, and underserved. So it just feels to me that if I'm reading the policy and I don't understand policy, I don't understand what any of this means. Like, I don't understand how students would have to demonstrate, and yet it's a centralized process, and yet some students are getting preference versus other students. So I just would recommend that there might need to be some footnotes or explanations, even in a draft policy that goes out for consultation about what some of this actually means, because even those that are very versed in policy aren't quite getting some of the disconnections. I've made this point many times around this board table. I am not a fan of quotas at all. I believe it's actually contrary to the whole essence of interest for all. Well, you'll hear back from me in my consultation response. I'm not understanding either. I guess I'm not comfortable in the policy with these statements that people aren't going to be able to understand without some additional explanation, especially if English isn't your first language. So I'm also wondering, are some of these documents or some of the surveys going to be Google generated so people can put them in a different language, or for you, Madam Chair, to staff, is that, I will imagine staff has already anticipated that, if they could just confirm through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Through the chair, thank you, Trustee Laskin. There have been many points raised in your comments. First of all, we want policies to be able to be read by the public and understood. So we certainly take your feedback, and we'll want to make sure that the new policy will have language that is reader friendly. In terms of translation, the engagement letter for the survey, as well as the survey itself, can be translated through our Qualtrics program. And we want to make sure that all families, whether English is their first language or not, have access to the survey and can engage in the survey appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The other thing I'm wondering, as part of your consultation or whatever, would you consider visits to some of the programs, or students that are in the programs actually doing presentations? And it's just a question as part of the, especially for the 7 and 8 student focus groups. I think it would be really helpful if they heard directly, instead of from staff, but from their peers and in the other grades. And I notice my time is up. If you could put me back on the list. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, we have in the plan to coordinate and facilitate virtual visits with students. But we'll take the suggestion under consideration. Thank you.
Trustee McLean.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm interested in well, first, congratulations on the lengthy consultation process that you're going to take on, because this is a huge undertaking, a journey that you're going to undertake. And I understand that approach because sitting in this horseshoe, this has been a topic we've heard delegations about, more than probably all the rest of the things we've heard combined. Like this is a popular topic in the delegation portion. So this is important to the community. My question becomes, ultimately, when this comes before trustees are going to be asking questions about the difference in averages in the classes, the difference in scope of the subject matter that was covered, because there's been a concern, an anecdotal concern raised by delegates that, for example, a course that had 8 units in it before, because when the range was narrower, they could cover more information. Now, because in September, when the starting point of the class begins and there's a larger ramp up, that theoretically there's a concern that they're not going to be able to get to maybe all 8 of them. So that's a concern we've heard. There's been a concern raised about like the dropout rate. What kind of numbers has students applied and got in, but then ultimately didn't stay and enjoy the program? And we heard a little bit about the delegation today about the concern that students want to get in to change their pathways. And then once they get in, they have a change of approach and whatnot about how committed they are to that program. And once they're in the building, they get to stay, kind of thing. So ultimately, trustees are going to learn all of this information and have these questions before we determine. My question today for the consultation purposes, are all of your questions and all of your consultation going to be based on the anecdotal responses of the people in the different rooms that you enter? Or at any stage in the consultation, are you actually going to be providing them data so that they could interpret the data? Like if you're asking them, what's the best approach to go forward, right? Like if you're just asking them off the top of their head, you're going to get a certain perspective. But if we're asking them to make an informed decision because we have some information anymore, are we intending to give them some of the information that we have and then ask them what they think from the informed perspective or the somewhat informed perspective? I'm curious to see whether interested into all of this consultation is going to be solely anecdotal in what they sense or what they believe or what they've heard once off, or are we actually going to be, this has been our experience in terms of some of the data that we've learned, and given that this is what we know, what do you think? So I'm curious in the approach. Thank you. Through you, Chair.
Thank you, Trustee McLean, through the chair. Yes, they will have data. They'll have, we will look at data about mobility. We'll look at data about achievement. We'll look at report card information. We'll compare from pre-policy 100 against the last few years in which the policy was in play. And that data alongside perception information that we gather in June will be available for the consultations as curriculum, if you will, for the conversations that we have. We will provide an analysis of the information as well, and not just straight visual data visual tables.
Great. I think that that's helpful and will lead to a broader, more productive, because I think just summarizing the delegations we've heard over the past 3 years would be of limited value, we'll say. I think an informed conversation will lead to a better outcome. So I congratulate you on the efforts, wish you good luck with the undertaking, because it is a lot of work and will be controversial in nature. There will be varied opinions, some strongly held opinions about what's the best course forward. So I wish you the best of luck with the ambitious task ahead.
Thank you. Can I pass the chair to you, Trustee
Please
Haskell?
go ahead.
Thank you. So thank you for this report. I did send an email earlier with some grammatical housekeeping suggestions, so I won't harp on those. I will say publicly the one I did said, just so it's stated here as well. I've asked before for us to change the name, and I've talked with staff, change the name of the high performing athletes program because it is misleading. I have had multiple conversations this year with families of an athlete who want accommodations within their local school and don't understand why that can't happen because, or their perception is why that can't happen. And I have turned around and said, let's go talk to your principal because it doesn't matter, you know, you want to stay at your home high school. Let's figure out how to accommodate your child that is in a provincial or national athletics program. So I think there's a lot of misinformation floating around about what that accommodation is. And it needs to be very clear that we don't offer an elite athlete program. The TDSB does not offer an elite athlete program. And we offer an accommodated school day for athletes who are on a team outside of our system. So, and that's, and I think staff are going to go away with that. So that would be very helpful and providing more information about how students who still want to stay at their home high school can seek accommodations for whatever it is they need in their life needs to be accommodated. I did hear some concerning feedback tonight. Two pieces. I heard about programs that parents have the perception are not thriving. And yet I know of equivalent of the same programs in other schools that were not mentioned tonight that I'm getting a fantastic feedback are thriving. So what is the difference, like especially the STEM programs, what is going on across schools and how are we supporting? I know that a number of kids in my neighborhood go to Jarvis Collegiate. They've chosen the MST program there. They're ridiculously happy. They are thriving. They found their people. People can't say enough about how great the program is. That's a lottery. They all got in by lottery. Danforth Tech, that's local to my area. So lots of students, that's where students apply first. Their mass program thriving. And, you know, I'm hearing great things. So how are we supporting across the different schools? My expectation of these programs, my expectation of any school, but my expectation of these programs is that they're serving the students that are in front of them. That if they're entering a program because they are interested or they have a passion for that focus area, regardless of their need, that they're being served. And that would be my expectation in their home high school. And it would be especially my expectation of a program like this. So how are we supporting that?
Thank you. And through the chair, before I turn it over to Ms. Fuentes, I think part of certainly what we've heard from different parents and different school communities are different experiences, some that are extremely positive and some that are questioning. And I think it does vary based on the actual program that you're in. But at the end of the day, part of what our commitment is to doing is to supporting those particular programs in each and every one of the schools. And I'll ask Ms. Fuentes to speak to that.
Thank you. And through the chair, we continue our ongoing support and professional learning for teachers that are supporting courses in the variety of central student interest programs across the board, looking at how they are reimagining some of the programs and taking different approaches to make sure that students that are coming in with an interest and a passion for their particular subject area are finding engagement and experiencing levels of success. I would say that it's fair to say that students may be coming into different programs with different types of expectations, just as they would entering into any regular program high school. And so different students and their parents, guardians, and caregivers will have different experiences based on their needs, their interests, and the match to the program that they've selected ultimately. Thank you.
Thank you. The other concerning thing I've heard, and actually have heard it in this space before, was essentially what I would call bullying from older kids to the kids that they've deemed to be lottery kids. That was brought up tonight, and I've heard that statement before. And I just want to be clear that, like, number of our schools were always lotteries, regardless of the audition process. And so I know Rosedale, in years where they had too many applications, although they did additions, they used a lottery for placement. So that speaks to me to a broader climate that we need to address. This has nothing to do with whether or not it's a lottery. Those same schools always use lotteries. There's no real difference between the older students in the program and the younger students in the program. And yet there's clearly a climate problem if this is what's coming to us. So how are we, I guess, holding hands and supporting those schools to make sure that they're building positive climates across all grades?
Thank you. And I'll begin. I think that there definitely, in some school communities, there has been, this is an ongoing process. But I guess the statement that I think is important that we make is bullying is unacceptable in any form, regardless of lottery, not lottery. Bullying is not acceptable in our schools. And so part of what we need to do is supporting principals in order to build that culture. Some of the things that are taking place in these programs are opportunities for the students that are in grade 12 and the students that are in grade 9 to actually come together in order to be part of a shared experience. So one way that we have done that in some schools overall has been through leadership development, a leadership program or equity program or extracurricular activities. But I think it's that synergy that's created when we bring those who are brand new with those who are older to activities where they're able to share lived experiences, and it bridges that divide. But we know that at the end of the day, any form of harassment or bullying is just not going to be acceptable. I'm not sure if any of my colleagues have any comments. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Trustee King.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I put my name before Trustee King. I don't understand why it was ignored.
Sorry, I don't see you on, it didn't come up. Oh, did it? Okay, sorry, Trustee Pay. So Trustee Pay, go ahead, and then we'll have Trustee King.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I want to ask the staff a few questions. I think I submitted the list of questions to the staff already. And unfortunately, I'm still confused after the staff presentation. So my number one question would be, I noticed there were 3 programs excluded from the new draft policy: high performing elite athlete, IB, a secondary school without boundaries. So why were these 3 programs excluded from the new policy draft?
Thank you, Trustee Pay, and through the chair. I'll start with the program that we're currently calling High Performing Athlete Program, which we are going to be looking at renaming. Essentially, the program, it's not a program. It is an accommodation for students who are deemed high performing by external organizations such as the Provincial or National Association, Sporting Association. So we're looking at different names, but really it is something about accommodating students that are high performing in their schools. And we do offer that accommodation in 3 elementary schools and 3 secondary schools. We will retain in the special interest programs a program at Birchmount Park, which is interest-based around athletics and athleticism. That program will remain a special interest program, but it's a very different thing from the programs where students are accommodated for their scheduling needs because of their participation in high-performing sporting organizations. The second one is the international, I'll start with the secondary schools without a boundary. As was explained in the presentation, this is not a program. These 5 schools were created because of the dissolution of legacy, technical, and commercial boundaries. We needed a way in the TDSB to allow students to go to these schools where there is no catchment area. The 5 schools, with the exception of Northern, which has a tiny catchment area, when we dissolved the legacy, technical, and commercial boundaries did not exist in our street guide. And so the process to enable students to attend these schools is through secondary school without a boundary, which resides within our out-of-area admissions process. So it's not a program. And finally, the international, third one is international baccalaureate. The third one is the international baccalaureate program. And if approved at when the trustees are presented with the new revised policy, if approved, the recommendation is to remove international baccalaureate from the list of interest programs because it is an externally managed program. We do not determine the standards for international baccalaureate. Those are determined by the International Baccalaureate Organization. We have no control over the standards created by the IBO. And so there will be a different process which staff will have to work on if it is approved, the new policy that IB is to come out of student interest programs. We will work with the International Baccalaureate Organization, the IBO, which is the governing body for this program. But again, it is an external agency or external organization, and we look forward to collaborating with them about admissions practices for IB.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Ronnie Fossen. So you, Madam Chair, my follow-up question would be, what kind of admission policy we're looking at for IB? What the staff are proposing? Do we just follow from the external examining body regarding just go back to merit-based?
Through the chair, at this point, I can't give specific details about what that process will be, but we certainly want to engage with the IBO and also see what practices for IB admissions exist in other jurisdictions. So that process will be in development, and we have a little bit of time for this coming fall. IB will continue to be part of the special interest application process until such time a new policy is approved, and we'll have some lead time in order to communicate a new admissions process and application for families following the approval of a new P100. Thank you.
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair, through my conversation with educators and the parents and even students, we also, heard of a lot of, parents are delegate today, seeing that is quite a few those students who enter this IB program by lottery, they found that IB program too challenging. And then what happened? They drop out the program. So how the board address this dropout problem moving forward? Are you going to fill up those vacancies, or are you just going to let the program dry?
Through the chair, thank you, Trustee Pei. Again, the application process will remain the same until a new policy is adopted. We do admit students if there are spaces available for the following school year. So for example, for this coming fall, we do have students who are applying to grade 10 and have accepted and have been admitted and accepted the program for grade 10 entry. So we do look to fill spaces where possible through the admissions process.
Okay, so that's also by lottery, right?
Through the chair, yes, that's through the same process that we currently have now.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, my follow-up question would be regarding the high performance athlete program. I want to understand more about this program. And I understand, by staff presentation that we don't select those students. Those students were selected by some sporting commission or authorities. Can you explain how the process, been done at the TDSB? How those students being selected?
Sure. Thank you. And through the chair, I'm going to just reiterate something that I shared earlier. We need to change our language at the school board in schools with guidance counselors. Everyone, this is not a program. This is an accommodation for students who are participating in sporting at the national, provincial, national, or international level. High performance is determined by those external sporting organizations. Students apply to be accommodated through scheduling at the 3 elementary or 3 secondary schools where this accommodation is provided. And there's a requirement about number of hours for training. They have to indicate whether they train morning or afternoon, and they have to demonstrate their training schedule. There is an application that they fill out. There is confirmation with their coach or the sporting organization that they have met that level of performance and that they do indeed train according to the number of hours provided. And then we determine whether they meet those criteria. Thank you.
Okay, so you, Madam Chair, my follow-up question would be, who determined for us to run this program? Is it a province or just legacy program by the board?
Through you, Chair, Trustee Pei, the Superintendent Felsen has clarified that this is not a program. This is simply a scheduling accommodation. The name suggests that it's a program, and staff have confirmed that that is something that will be taken back and looking at potentially renaming for clarity. However, it is not a program, and therefore won't fall under the same process and criteria as the other special programs that have been named.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Director. Through you, Madam Chair, my follow-up question would be what's the cost to those students, per student in the high athlete program? Even though we don't call the program, but we have another name, so I just do call the program. So what's the average cost per student of the program when compare the regular cost per student in our regular program?
Through you, Chair, Trustee Pei, this is not a program, and therefore there are no costs applied by the board.
Okay, sorry, through Madam Chair, I'm a little confused. If it's not a program, how the board support them? Do we provide teachers? Do we provide schools?
If I may.
Or do we provide any staff to support them at all?
If I may, Trustee Pei, these are regular students. These are regular students in a school, and they're accommodated. And I believe that Trustee McLean has personal experience with this and can add some clarity.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Trustee Pei, my daughter took these programs while she was in middle and secondary school. These are programs designed to help elite athletes manage time. So they are given certain allowances within the school day to accommodate the demands of being a student athlete. They are not instructed in any capacity in terms of their performance, their sport, and whatnot. They are taught by the same teachers that teach the regular program for some subjects, and then they're isolated for different subjects. But the accommodation comes around not having to take certain subject in middle school around music, for example, or phys ed, for example. And so their day is condensed in terms of the time they spend actually physically in the middle school, which allows them to train or to manage their time better. At the secondary school, the accommodation is diminished. It is the accommodation isn't as great at secondary school, but what becomes more relevant, the accommodation has to do with, for example, when my daughter would be away at international meets or training camps and whatnot, and there would be a test that would be assessed or work assigned while she was away. When she got back, she wasn't expected to take the test or hand in the assignment on the first day back, like a family might be when they're went on a family vacation. When she returned, she was given a few days to get the work done and then submit it. So the work still needed to be done. The test still needed to be complete, but it was all designed about providing these student athletes with a time accommodation that would allow them to excel in both areas. But they don't receive any different teaching. There's no different expectations from the courses that they take. So there was no fee attached with participating in the program. I hope that was of some assistance.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. That's a part of the insight. But still, I want to ask the staff. I mean, through you, Madam Chair, we do provide teaching, right, for those student athletes. We do provide them a school. We do incur cost. So can anybody give me just a rough estimate? How many how many students in those schools, how many staff are hired by that school? What's the cost regarding our running the program? I just want to have a rough idea how much it's going to cost us per student when compared to the regular program.
Through you, Chair, to Trustee Pei. Chair, I would suggest that we take this offline. I'd be happy to sit with staff and Trustee Pei to go over the material that has been asked and answered. Trustee Pei, we've answered that question in the last 10 minutes, perhaps about 4 or 5 times, and there's no additional information that can be provided at this time that is extra to the explanation that has been provided already, but we'll be happy to take it offline to go through the questions again, if that would be helpful. There is no additional staff that is provided for this scheduling accommodation for the students. Each student is counted as a regular student in the school, and they're part of regular classes. It's just that their schedules are accommodated around their training and competitions. As Trustee McLean has explained from his personal experience to substantiate the information that staff have provided. But that question has been asked and answered several times, Trustee Pei, respectfully.
Thank you, Ms. Director. Through Madam Chair, I have a question regarding the secondary school without boundary. I understand the staff gave her explanation, but I just want to understand a bit more of why are those secondary school without a boundary excluded from the uniform centralized assignment process? What's the rationale for that?
Through you, Chair, I'll start, and Superintendent Felsen may add. The secondary schools without a boundary, my understanding is that there are no additional programs that are provided through the secondary school without a boundary, but I'll ask Superintendent Felsen to provide more clarity.
Sure. Thank you, through the chair. The 5 schools that we call secondary schools without a boundary, they're not cookie cutter schools. Each of them has different programs. I don't want to pick on any one of them, but one has a student interest program. and a special education intensive support program for students with gifted exceptionalities. Another has, we're bringing in a French immersion program, and it has an MST program through special interest programs, along with other special education intensive support programs. Another has, I think to be clear, each of these schools offers a different range of programs and opportunities for students. Some are special interest programs, student interest programs, some are special education programs, some are French immersion, some are regular programs. This concept of a secondary school without a boundary was approved at board a year ago in 2024 because we dissolved legacy boundaries that were adopted in 1998 at amalgamation. So in the former Toronto Board of Education, schools were built in threes: a collegiate, a technical school, and a commercial school. And it's taken us over 25 years to dissolve legacy boundaries and to align, harmonize attendance across the city. And the way to do that was by changing these schools to this concept of secondary school without a boundary. And we wanted students to still access these schools and benefit from the rich programming provided at these schools. And the only way to do so was through our out-of-area admissions process and creating the secondary schools without a boundary concept, which was approved by this board a year ago in May 2024. And there is a 3-year implementation plan for that, which was also shared with trustees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Paulson. Through Madam Chair. So for all those programs, so what kind of system are we going to use then for selection process?
So through the chair, it will depend based on the school. So for example, one of the schools has a program for students with a gifted exceptionality. It's an intensive support program for gifted. Students are placed through the IPRC process if they're given a space in the intensive support program. Other students will apply to be regular students in the school through the out-of-area admissions process. We also have a priority for students who are interested in technology in these schools. Other schools will have, some of these schools have French immersion programs. Students would continue through their French pathway to a secondary school without a boundary if they're in the French immersion program. The priorities for the secondary schools without a boundary are outlined in the report that was approved last year in May 2024.
Okay, thank you very much. Through Madam Chair, I want to move on, the part regarding the consultation process. So I understand the staff propose that there's going to be a certain group has been included for consultation. I just, when I look at that group, none of those Asian community will include that group. Why is that?
Sorry, can you, you cut out for us?
Okay. Through Madam Chair, so what I'm asking is, the board is doing consultation among various interest groups. Okay, and I just wondering why there's no Asian group was including that consultation committee. Because Asian represents, certainly students represent 46%, almost half of TDSB students. Buddies, why is that?
Thank you for the question. The list that we provided in the slide deck outlines specific TDSB organizations that would be part of that particular consultation process. It wasn't necessarily, it was broken down by TDSB organizations as far as consultation. I'm not sure if Dr. Cameron has any other comment on it.
Just that the broader public consultation will be as inclusive as possible, including the Asian diaspora and all other identity groups, but we're not specifically targeting identity groups in the consultation as a means of representation. We're doing a broad consultation, survey consultations, and virtual consultations and in-person consultations that are open for all.
So our approach is to effectively not target any one particular group, but appeal to all people within the constructs of the TDSB community. Thank you.
Okay, so which consultation process weigh more in terms of the outcome? Is a public surveys weigh like a 60%? Special interest group weigh 40%? Or staff interest weigh 10%? Or is like, what's the structure in terms of how you're gonna make up what really is a public opinion?
Thank you for that particular question. I think part of the approach really isn't a breakdown of any particular percentage around the different forms of consultation. I think part of what is really, really important is that through a variety of consultation methods, we're able to reach out to a broader group of the TDSB community. I think that's the key, and we're not weighing any one group more than the other. We want to reach out to all because it's important to get the voices of all of our community members. Thank you.
And through you, Madam Chair, how can you make sure you reach all?
Thank you for that question. That's always a challenge for us. We've been through a lot of consultations in the last few years. And how do you reach all? I think part of the expectation is that we put our best effort in order to make sure that we publicize the information around the consultations and we direct to specific groups, but we want to have a broad scope as far as the net that we cast in order to make sure that we hear the voices of all. It's a daunting task, but it's a task that we've endeavored to do as best as we can. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think my time is running out. Can you put me back the list? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, staff, for the report and the presentation. I'm going to start with questions about consultation, picking up from where Trustee Pei was. In the presentation, you've put a bit of a circle around engaging marginalized voices, identifying unintended impacts, and balancing contrasting perspectives. Is it circled because that's an area that was perhaps a bit deficient or you're looking to improve on compared to the last consultation process?
Thank you. And through the chair, Trustee King, thank you for the question. I think that it was just to highlight the fact that we want to hear from all voices, and sometimes we don't hear from our underserved or marginalized communities. And so we wanted to say that even though we may often hear from the louder voices or it's important for us to make sure we reach all different groups in the city.
Thank you. And as a follow-up through you, Chair, is there anything specifically differently being done in seeking to achieve that this time around?
Okay. Thank you. And through the chair, I think part of what we're doing, as you can see in the consultation regimen, it's the variety of groups that we're trying to provide opportunity to, and also the fact that we're doing this for a total of 90 days, which is a significant difference around most of the consultations that we've done historically. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. How does the 90 days compare to the first consultation process originally?
Through the chair, we'll have to confirm that, but we believe it was a 45-day consultation process for P100 when it was initially proposed.
Thank you. Another follow-up. As part of the process, are you also tracking who you're hearing from? And if so, how is that being done? And as an example, I'm thinking about postal code exchanges.
Thank you for the question, through the chair. The Qualtrics survey that will be available for the duration of the public consultation has a voluntary question for postal code entry. So participants are invited to include their postal code so that we have some idea of where in the city they are residing, and that can also help to inform communities that perhaps we need to do more intentional work with. Also, as mentioned in the outline, working with our community engagement workers to have very intentional efforts to reach out to our model schools for inner cities to ensure that those extra steps are taken to hear the voices in those communities. Thank you.
Thank you through your chair. So am I hearing correctly that you'll be evaluating or monitoring where those responses are coming from along the way and not necessarily waiting until the end to evaluate that so that there can actually be a response?
Thank you. And through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Great, thank you. And then last question on consultation. I recall that when I attended the conference for the Black Summer Student Leadership Program, I think I got that acronym correctly. There were quite a number of research papers, and I remember one specifically that spoke about experiences in specialized programs. And I'm just wondering about the ability to tap into any such work that we already have that shares student perspective from students that have been in the programs and have experiences to share. Do we have a way of formally tapping into that as part of the consultation, as part of the feedback that we're considering?
Through the chair, yeah, thanks for the question, Trustee King. Yeah, we do have a way to review relevant ideas that have previously been brought forward, like the Youth Action Research work in the Summer Leadership Institute. Also, with the 2023 census, there's possibilities in our climate survey as well. So there'll be ways that we can gather ideas from that are relevant to this particular policy and in relation to students and community.
Thank you. I'm going to shift gears to another area of the report. It's section 6.3.2. And it's just providing a definition, I think, of the elementary local programs. And it makes reference to those programs being able to be grade specific. And I'm just wondering if we have an example of that in the system right now, a grade specific local program.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, we don't currently have an example that would be specifically grade specific, but you might have a school, for example, that was a K-8 where there would be a particular focus for students when they were in the middle school grades of either 6, 7, 8 or 7, 8, as opposed to the entire school. It was designed to be open-ended to meet the needs of each individual school community as they saw fit. Thank you.
Thank you. So as a follow-up, would my understanding be correct then that if a school locally were to determine that, for instance, they wanted to provide more early opportunities for expressions of interest, that they might decide that their grade 8 program becomes a drama-focused program, or that their grade 8 grade is now focused on, arts of the African diaspora or of Indigenous diaspora? Is that the type of possibility that's exemplified here?
Through the chair, the answer is yes, at the elementary level, provided that the school meets the required curriculum, covers the required curriculum expectations of all subject areas that are required of teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. That sounds exciting. Okay, and then my last set of questions here is regarding the changes to IB. So I'm wondering if part of what we heard through the consultation was continued concern about disproportionate representation in the IB program, with the recommendation that it moves out of CSIP, would there still be an ability to address that concern if it then lay outside of CSIP?
Thank you. And through the chair, I think part of the response to that is that we need to, if we identify disproportionality, whether it's a program that's in CSIP or not, we need to address it.
Thank you. And just confirming that I heard earlier that we do have disaggregated data around admissions, attrition, that kind of data that would help inform so that we know whether or not that's even happening.
Yeah, we do. We do follow whether they leave the program, enter enrollment, or subsequently leave the program in terms of attrition. I don't know necessarily if we can tell why students leave, and we don't collect dropout rates often. We don't certainly do that generally in the TDSB because it's hard to follow. We can't follow students who leave the board. So we will follow whether the students who have enrolled have left the program prematurely, but that's as far as we wouldn't necessarily infer that it's an attrition rate per se.
And if I can just add, because of the fact that this particular, the CSIP is recent, we don't have the historical data coming out of the different schools that ran various programs at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay. And through the chair, my last question. With this proposal, if IB again were to move outside of CSIP, would the application and the fee collection then become a local process versus a central process? Or is that yet to be determined?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, that would still be to be determined at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, those are all of my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next I have Trustee Klein and then Trustee Siskandarajah.
Thank you. Through the chair, first of all, I want to thank staff for undertaking this policy review. It is a massive undertaking, and thank you so much. So as you know, before I was a teacher, before I became a trustee, I was a teacher. And so I watched children come into my classroom with so many different interests and were driven into so many different directions. They had these dreams, they had a spark, some gravitated toward numbers, to science, to words, and some like my daughter. So I also want to share here my personal experience toward the arts. And so when my daughter was a toddler, she began to draw in ways that were very uncommon for her age. And as she grew, she spent more hours drawing and painting. And in middle school, we learned about a typical School of the Arts, and her world opened. She poured her heart out into her audition. She was accepted. And the school didn't just teach her art, it gave her a place to belong, to grow, to believe in herself. And upon graduation, with a huge amount of effort, she received scholarships to several prestigious art schools. And she has just completed her second year in university pursuing her Bachelor of Fine Art. And what I think about is, imagine if she hadn't even had that chance to try. So when I started to campaign, constituents were reaching out to me with their concerns about their artistic children, a dancer, there was an artist and a singer who did not get into their dream programs because they didn't win the lottery. And this is what I'm concerned about that this new lottery system does. My concern is that it removes the opportunity for a student to show us who they are. It asks us to stop looking, and it tells passionate, young, hardworking, curious people like my daughter, many of whom have spent years building towards something, that their dedication doesn't matter. Now, I understand and deeply support the goal of creating more equity in our schools. I have only taught in school in an underserved neighborhood. So this is where I have dedicated myself for my whole career. And I've taught those brilliant students who didn't get the early exposure, who didn't have someone to nurture their gift or face systemic barriers that made the path harder. But I feel that the solution is not to flatten opportunity, but it's to expand it. So if we truly want fairness, we should be investing earlier. Let's identify talent in the elementary grades. Let's expand the arts in elementary classrooms in every neighborhood. Let's bring back substantive art programming so all children benefit from early art instruction. Let's support kids in underserved neighborhoods, communities, long before they're old enough to apply to a specialized program. I mean, I recall teaching and being, you're very much a generalist. My biggest responsibilities are those core subjects, math, science, when I'm in a course, and then I got to do dance, and I got to do art. And I happen to be a very good art teacher because I too have taken art, but I have to admit that I probably was the worst dance teacher. So let's instead focus on how we can expand these opportunities in the elementary grades for all these students. We talk so much about, well, this student had so much opportunity doing after-school programs. Let's make sure that these programs are being brought in the school for these kids. Let's also ensure that grade 8s are actively being identified and supported to apply to these specialized schools. Basically, what I'm saying is to ensure equity, we need to intervene earlier. Changing the system at the grade 9 level doesn't address the equity issue, which I believe exists. We need to look at it earlier and give them the chance to then demonstrate. So, because the problem here isn't that some kids are succeeding, it's that too many are never given the chance. So I urge us to reconsider this lottery. And it's not because I'm trying to protect a system, but it's because I'm trying to protect a spark. And I've seen what happens when this spark is nurtured. And I've also seen what's lost when it's not. And tonight I've heard so much about meeting needs. We've heard it from all our delegates. Auditions give students with unique needs the chance to be identified for unique programs. I think as a school board, we do have the responsibility to ensure that every student has that opportunity. But I don't think that we should just cut it off at the pass at grade 9. We need to take this seriously when their kids are younger. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the only comment I'd want to make is that we want to make our local schools provide as much variety in programming as possible. That has always been part of the goal. Make those local schools have the options for all kids to feel like they belong. And that will fundamentally create that spark for that student. And hopefully what they do at the high school level will be what they do at the high school level. But we need to create some of that at the elementary level, because that passion and that zest and that curiosity actually lives in that elementary school, and that sense of belonging is part of what we want to create in every local school. So thank you for that.
Can I answer that? Okay. I mean, yes, absolutely. Like, for example, my students used to say that they never learned art like they did with me, because the way I taught it. And whereas I think I was a fraud when it came to teaching dance. My kids deserved far better. I also wasn't a great gym teacher, and I had to teach gym, and I wasn't great at it. I'm going to be very honest, but I was an incredible art teacher. Now, obviously, I had the math and the literacy, the science and the social, so that was, of course, all down pat. But I'm talking about those little extra things that my students deserved better than Ms. Klein. And we need to see that intervention so much earlier.
Thank you. Before I go to second round, Trustee Siskandar took her name off the list. Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken yet? No, then we will go back to Trustee Laskin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back to the steering committee. It says the consultation process will be guided by a steering committee. Does that mean the development of the survey, the development of the Q&As, the development of the facts, etc., will be run through the steering committee? For you, Madam Chair, staff.
Through the chair, yes.
Through you, Madam Chair, to staff, would you consider a pilot of what is being developed before it goes public, to ensure that because all these people are kind of staff, and I know many of you are parents too. I don't mean to imply that you're not. But what's intended and somehow how it is received can be different. So I'm wondering if you've thought about kind of that kind of testing piece before it goes live. For you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Thanks for that idea, Trustee Laskin, and staff will take it under advisement.
Thank you very much, because June 23rd isn't that far away. And I'm a little bit worried that in 3 weeks, unless staff have done a whole lot of work behind the scenes, that they haven't actually which I'm assuming they have. So I'm sorry to imply that they're not, but I'm just based upon experience, I'm just a little bit concerned sometimes with the focus that staff brings to it. There may be instances where it's not received in that way. So I just wanted to try to protect ourselves from that. My second question is really more on the consultation piece, and on the consultation slide that was here, and under the themes, I guess. I'm really hoping that there are very concrete statements or considerations. For example, like alternative program models. What does that actually mean? Are examples going to be given? What does random selection versus equity informed priority, like some of this edu speak needs to be distilled into what will this actually mean and what will it actually look like? So that's another reason why once it's done, then it all has to be re-looked at in terms of making sure that there's clarity and which I know staff will do, but because there's so much interest in this program, I just really want to ensure that we do our best to anticipate all the issues that so that when it finally is launched publicly, it has the intended consequence of having people understand and give us their feedback, because most will do the survey. Most won't attend a virtual session or a focus group unless you request kind of like, if you'd like to be part of a focus group, click this box, or because sometimes that can be important too. And then really it's just some of the other pieces, I guess, and I did see one of Trustee Pay's questions earlier about the whole point of, and the word learning and things are embedded. But if I looked at who's on the steering committee, I didn't necessarily see any, and maybe I don't know staff well enough in our organizational structure, but is there somebody from, what do we call the programming section, the academic programming or teaching and learning? Like I don't see in the buckets that are here in the steering committee. I know it's special ed, equity, et cetera, but I don't actually see. Anyway, it's just a thought, because when this stuff goes public too, I just want to make sure that that sense that these programs are designed to give kids a rich experience in addition and academic excellence. That kind of language is also embedded, so we're not criticized for it, because we've been criticized for not articulating that, even though that's the intention always. I just wanted to make sure we've thought about those things. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And through the chair, Trustee Laskin, I would like to point out that Principal Fuentes is in our teaching and learning team. And we will also consider other membership as necessary. Thank you.
Or maybe it just needs to say that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Trustee Pay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question, I really want to go back to this steering committee formation. I do see that there's steering committee, including special education. Through you, Madam Chair, what is that? What does staff mean special education? Where
Through
is
the,
it?
through the chair, that would mean a representation from within the special education area. That would be part of this particular committee.
Are staff? Are there
Sorry.
staff?
Clarify that they're all staff.
And,
So
and
why not,
clarified.
why not understand stream manager, why not SEAC? Why not SEAC is a part of this committee?
Sorry, Trustee Pei, can I clarify that those are all staff? Those are not advisory committees. That steering committee is all, those are all staff departments.
Okay, okay, through you, Madam Chair, I don't understand. This is a public consultation, right?
Through the chair, if I can add, groups like SEAC and the CACs will be part of the consultation process. So we are going to hear the community voices through that particular forum. Thank you.
So what about PIAC?
Community advisory committees are part of the actual consultation process. So we will hear from people, groups like SEAC, groups like PIAC. We may not have explicitly outlined that, but that's the expectation when we outline CACs. Thank you.
Okay, through Madam Chair, I think it's hearing from people or asking people to make a recommendation or asking people to make a decision. That's three different things. So what the level of the parents' involvement in regarding this steering committee?
Can you clarify what the steering committee will actually do? That they're not being consulted, they have a different role. I think I'm hearing confusion as to what the steering committee is actually going to be doing.
through the chair is correct. The steering committee is not being consulted. They are there to help guide the process and will work to ensure that the consultations occur and are carried out according to the work plan. Thank you.
Okay, so Madam Chair, where is the Asian representative here in this committee? 46% of the students are Asian. So where is the Asian representative here in the steering committee? Where are they? Where are they?
So through the chair, when we look at the various people that are made up for the consultation committee, special education, equity, center of excellence, urban indigenous, school administrators, parent community engagement office, communications, research, we haven't identified any identity. However, part of what we will be reaching out to communities to do is to get input from the various communities. Thank you.
Through Madam Chair, I really want to ask staff to consider the Asian voices in this committee here. 46% student Asian, 28% the staff TDS are Asian. Why there's no Asian voices in this steering committee for this very important policy? You know the reason I'm asking why? A lot of my constituents who are Asians tell me the lottery system is anti-Asian in the program. So that's why I want to say the board, if we don't stand up for anti-Asian racism, what do we stand up for? If you cannot even tell me who are those Asian representatives in this committee, that should be represent 46% of that committee.
So thank you for that question, Trustee Pei. We are not to the point yet where we can identify the specific individuals who will be the representatives in this particular committee outside of the areas that they represent. So we're not able to say that that it will be from any particular identity. That being said, part of what we want to be able to do is direct the consultation process such that all those voices that you're speaking about and that we're speaking about are heard in the consultation process. Thank you.
Through Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I apologize. I don't feel like the staff gave me really satisfactory answer. So I want to move motion. I want to make sure the public consultation steering committee consists at least 46% Asian staff.
Sorry, Trustee Pei.
Yeah.
Those are departments. The what's listed on the steering committee are departments. They're not people. They don't represent identities. They're TDSB departments.
I understand, Madam Chair. I want to make sure.
They're the staff supporting. There's the staff supporting the design of the consultation process. They're not giving feedback. they're going to be supporting the CSIP team, which what was explained. So they will be extra bodies across our system outside of the central student interest team that we regularly hear from. So they're not identified people, and they won't be giving feedback like the public will. So
Madam Chair, I still don't understand who's making decision regarding the public surveys. Who's making decisions how those, public consultation seminar, webinars, or in-person worker group are going to be designed? It's by this steering committee, right?
Can staff please list all of the departments? So the steering committee will be helping another team. So it is bigger than that list in terms of who's going to be supporting the whole consultation process. Can you re-clarify?
Yeah, thank you. And
all of the teams?
So with respect to the teams, we're looking for representation from the special education, equity, center of excellence, urban indigenous, school administrators, parent and community engagement office, communications, research, and keeping in mind that because we're doing our research team will also be going through their own processes with respect to representation as part of this process to make sure that the voices of all individuals within the TDSB are fully represented in the consultation process. And I know that the trustee is wanting to hear that, are we identifying specific identities in order to be on the consultation steering committee? And part of the challenge for us is that in doing something like that, then we get into a process of identifying one group, and then we get into a place where what happens if we don't have representation for one particular group? That's a challenge. We want to be able to listen to all communities and to plan for all communities vis-a-vis through staff. That's our expectation and our intention. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I understand there's a challenge. But regarding the challenge, when we talk about anti-Asian racism, when we're talking about Asian voices, all challenges is minimal. Okay, so I want to ask the staff, Madam Chair, what's the percentage Asian staff in all this department? Special ed, equity, center for excellence, urban indigenous center, school administrators, what's the percentage?
Sorry, Trustee Pei, staff won't have that information in front of them where we can maybe bring that back. Sorry, or maybe not. I don't even know if we have that to use.
Through you, Chair. I don't believe, Trustee Pei, that question is relevant to the setup of the steering committee, which is the staff committee to guide the process. I do take your point about ensuring that the consultation engages all voices, and I believe that staff have clarified the ways in which that will be done. As the chair has indicated and staff have confirmed, the steering committee will be comprised of staff from various roles in the board, and including the special education department, including teaching and learning, including the equity department, research services, and so forth. But I don't believe that what you're asking for is relevant to the composition of the steering committee in this respect.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Madam Chair, I want to ask is what type of questions the staff are proposing in terms of this public survey? Do staff have any idea regarding what type of questions you're going to put in the public survey? And what does the public survey go to? The parents, students, staff, everybody? Sorry, Madam Chair, my clock keeps running when I stop talking.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. The survey has not yet been designed, Trustee Pei. And and we're happy to take any ideas that you have to ensure that they are considered and incorporated as appropriate. So any ideas you have for questions can certainly be shared with the committee through Associate Director Audley Salmon and or through Dr. Cameron.
Trustee Pay, did you have another question?
Yes, I do. I just want to go back, to my, the student committee question again. I think the input must be received from the very beginning. 46% of student voice cannot be ignored. So should we start on the process design? Must be inclusive from beginning. If you're not even including beginning, how can you guarantee it's being included at the end? At the part of the problem, Asian not represented anywhere. That's the point. Asian identity dramatically underrepresented across all staff areas of organization. Because last time I asked a question, if you look at the senior staff chart, how many are Asians? I can give you the number, 9% out of 28% staff. Why is that?
Madam Chair? Just a point of clarification. I'm not understanding this line of questioning on this particular report. We're not dealing with a report except for the policy and the language in the policy going out for consultation. I'm really not sure where this line of questioning is going. I don't find it appropriate, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair. I think it's irrelevant.
Can we reset? Can we reset what this is for receipt? This is being received for information for us. Staff have asked for our feedback on the draft policy that will be posted. That was the question posed to trustees. So, and a consultation plan will be happening. The policy is going to go out, be posted publicly for feedback. And then in the fall, a comprehensive consultation plan will be launched. So what staff are looking for is feedback on the draft policy before it gets posted publicly. So,
sorry, Madam Chair. I don't understand what you truly mean, but I really want to draw attention to the staff. The Asian voices cannot be ignored because I really worry about it because this policy.
A point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point of order?
I don't understand how it can possibly be in order to suggest that staff would have to self-identify to be able to qualify to do work in our board. Like the concept that staff would have to self-identify however they view their to be able to do work in a particular manner can't possibly be in order. Like that has to be a human rights violation. Like we can't possibly have that expectation on people that they have to check an appropriate box to do work in our board.
Thank you. I think I would have to refer that to the director in terms of workplace piece.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your comments, Trustee McLean. A couple of comments. Trustee Pay, I take your point around that representation matters, and I would certainly agree with that. Our staff census would be able to identify the percentages of staff of various identities over time. There is a time and a place where that kind of data is considered and brought forward to board for updates, consideration, and so forth. I think that it is important in all of our work to make sure that we're looking at ways to make sure that we're getting all voices heard, all perspectives heard, and that's one of the benefits of making sure that we have a diverse workforce. I take your point around making sure that over time we increase representation to be reflective of the diversity in our student population. As it comes to the responsibility that staff are assigned to do work of all kinds across the board, the staff that are in our departments and in various roles in departments will be called on to perform various duties as their jobs require, regardless of what their identity is. We certainly take your point around making sure that we look to have as many perspectives represented on the steering committee as we can. However, I take Trustee McLean's point around how we balance that with the need to get the work done. And so while we would aim to make sure, for example, that on our research team, that there is strong representation in the makeup of the team over time, the bottom line is if in a given moment, every member of the team were Asian, then a team, a stakeholder, or a steering committee that requires research participation would have Asian representation. If every member of the team were Black, then it would be a Black person representing the research perspective and bringing that expertise of research to the particular table. If every member of the team were white, it would be a white person in that moment that would be bringing that expertise to the table. And that doesn't take away from the fact that as a staff, we need to ensure that over time, we increase representation in our hiring, both visible representation and representation that may not be visible to the eye. So I absolutely take your point, Trustee Pei. However, the steering committee will be comprised of staff that bring expertise from the various roles that have been outlined. If there are roles that you think that we're missing, we will certainly take that feedback. And again, if there are questions that you think are really critical to consider in the development of the survey, we will absolutely take that feedback. If there are other aspects of the consultation plan that is outlined that you have some feedback on, we welcome that feedback and we'll certainly take it into consideration as we refine our process and move forward. Noting that this next consultation is responsive to feedback that we've already heard and including the advice from the minister in his letter to the board. So I hope that is helpful, Trustee Pei. But note that the staff that will be representing the steering committee will be staff from those various departments as they already exist. Thank you, Madam Chair. You're muted, Trustee Pei. Trustee Pei, you're speaking, but you're on mute, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Director. Madam Chair, may I move a business raising motion to include the PIAC and CIAC committee into this steering committee?
Sorry, they're already included. Oh, sorry. The steering committee is staff. The steering committee is staff.
Because I understand,
not
Madam
community
Chair.
members.
I understand, Madam Chair. So that's why I want to make a change. We need to include the parental voices.
If I may, Madam Chair, Trustee Pei, this report is for information. The design of the steering committee is a staff decision, and the direction to include PIAC and SEAC is not subject to a board decision in this respect. PIAC and SEAC will have the opportunity to provide their feedback through the consultation process, as will the other CACs as they wish to. However, the design of the steering committee is a staff decision through this report that is before you for information.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Director. Through Madam Chair, I want to ask how we can ensure the public consultation really represent that 46% Asian voices. Sorry, Madam Chair, my clock just kept me running down. I don't know what happened. This happened several times. I would respectfully ask for put 1 minute back to my clock.
Sorry, I will ask staff to pay better.
I'm going to advocate for 3 more minutes. Pardon me, 3 more seconds.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I apologize. Could you repeat, without running the clock, would you please repeat that last question, Trustee Pei?
So I want to ask, through Madam Chair, I want to ask the director how the board can make sure the 46% students' voices and the parents' voices is going to be represented in the next public consultation regarding this policy.
Thank you for repeating the question, Trustee Pei, and I will certainly start and ask others to add. I think, Trustee Pei, that one of the advantages of the very high percentage of Asian students, Asian staff, Asian families that comprise the board's makeup, one of the advantages of such a high percentage is that the voices will be largely represented. So when a survey is sent out and providing folks the opportunity to respond, then 46% of those receiving the survey, as you've duly pointed out, will be Asian. And so there will be a very strong representation naturally in the opportunity that's provided for all students or all staff or all families to respond. So I believe that by default, that opportunity is there because of the fact that almost half the board's student population is Asian. Additionally, if there are particular groups that may be able to contribute, that can certainly be considered. And I'll ask Associate Director Audrey Salmon to add.
Thank you. And through the chair, just going back to one of the slides that was part of the presentation, part of what it outlines under public consultation was that we've talked about the community, the CACs, we've talked about the student senate and student trustees, we've talked about school council representatives, and the fact that there would be 4 virtual meetings and 1 in-person meetings for that particular group. We've also made reference to the fact that we would have students from grade 7 and grade 8, students from CSIP schools, students that are not involved in CSIP schools, and Indigenous Youth Council. Also, the school climate survey that goes out to every single school within the TDSB that includes all of our learners, and also exit surveys with students departing from the CSIP program. So I think that that's a fairly exhaustive consultation process that would provide input from a large percentage of Asian and non-Asian students within our system. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to reaffirm the conversation with the staff. So the consultation going to be reach out to parents, students, and the staff. Am I correct?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, you've mentioned some of the groups that we will directly reach out to, including the community advisory committees, representatives from school council, representatives to participate, staff. But additionally, there is, like in the public website, it is broadly broadcast. It will be on social media so that any member of the community can be involved. Emails will go out to students and their parent, guardians, and caregivers for all TDSB families, inviting them to engage in the public consultation session. The invitation will also be translated into a multitude of languages. And for all of our virtual public consultation sessions, interpretation will be available. And of course, we invite all of our trustees to share the information about the public consultation broadly with their own communities. Thank you.
I would just add that the trustees can be involved in this as well. As Principal Fuentes has just said, we are relying on you as our community advocacy and our community representatives to do your best to generate and engage your communities.
Okay, I want to go back to the steering committee. Why trustee is not including in this steering committee?
Through you, Madam Chair, this is a staff committee, Trustee Pei. The role of the steering committee is to guide the staff management of the process. So this is a staff committee.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, my next question is, what kind of achievement data is going to be included in the next report?
Trustee Pei, could you please repeat the question?
I asking what kind of achievement data regarding performance data for the student performance data will be included in the report. Because I want to compare, if everybody think lottery is the perfect system to fix the equity issues at the TDSB.
Sorry, Trustee Pei, sorry, you're out of time on your 5
Madam
minutes.
Chair, I think is the staff has really made mistake, keep running my stock in my clock several times. Like, I asked you to put 1 minute back into my clock.
Can you finish this question? Finish asking this question?
So, okay, Madam Chair, I want to ask you, do I have opportunity to come back to ask questions, or I just have 1 minute, or just have one last questions to ask? Because I have a lot of questions to ask.
So, okay, thank you. We have Trustee King on the list as well. So sorry, I believe the question was about when the next program report is expected.
That's right. I want to ask in performance data. The reason why I ask for performance data, if you, the majority of people, okay.
But sorry, I'm okay with staff saying when the next report, but questions need to be on the report that's in front of us, which is asking you for feedback on the policy. And you're going in a different direction. So if staff could update, do we have a timeline for an update on the program, or is that in the calendar in the next year? Like we've had, I guess, in the past, and then we need to go to Trustee King, and then I will put you back on the list.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just asking timelines or intention. Is there intention for the staff to do any performance analysis to provide report, to us in the future time? Because I want to understand whether lottery
Trustee Pei, can we have staff answer, please?
Sure, Madam Chair, but I haven't finished my question yet. I hope our staff understand my questions.
Sorry. You asked if there's an update for a report. That is one question. I said I would let you do the next question. I'm putting you back on the list.
Okay, thank you. Can staff answer my questions, please? Sorry, Madam Chair.
Through the chair, we will be looking at performance information, and that report will be available in the fall.
Okay, next on the list, we have Trustee King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for staff, and this is a little bit of a step back. It's also been a late night, so I apologize if this was covered earlier. When this policy was initially introduced, it was in response to data that came through, I believe, through student census, through the Enhancing Equity report, and was really responding to disproportionalities for specific groups that we saw. For Black students, I believe Middle Eastern, and I want to say Latinx. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm wanting to understand whether that is still what we are seeking to address, or whether there is an evolved starting point for this conversation. I'm looking at the language that's included in the report, and there's a lot of language that points to equity and to everything I know that we're trying to achieve, but I don't see references to where this originally started. So I'm just trying to get an understanding of what we're seeking to achieve at this point, and there might be a follow-up about how that's being communicated as part of this consultation process.
Through the chair, thank you, Trustee King. I think the key goal is the same. We want to increase equity of access to programs. We want to provide rich programs for students across the city. And we also, through all of our work in the school board, is to eliminate disproportionate outcomes for students. So those are the goals we want to achieve through this policy update.
Thank you. So as a follow-up through the chair, is our understanding of the disproportionalities the same, or has that been updated based on new information?
Sorry, there's lots of conferring going on. I feel like I need hold information or hold music.
Sorry, we just need a second to consult here. Thank you.
Through the chairs, thank you, Trustee King, for that question. You'll remember that we've come to board in previously with a report showing the diversity of admissions since P100 has been introduced, and the success of the policy in terms of its mandate and changing the representation in the CSIP program. We also, at that time, I believe we also talked about that the representation, any change in admissions due to the change in representation, it will be a 3-year window to give us enough time to see if the trend is sustainable. So in those 3-year periods, we would adjust admissions policies based on what we're seeing in those programs.
Thank you for that. And I think the point that I'm trying to make is that I believe that from the initial process, the initial practices, the way that things were done, there were barriers that were identified in those processes, and the policies were changed to try to address those. And I think my concern is that I'm hearing some inaccuracies, in delegations and what we're hearing from the public and their understanding of how things were working prior. And I think I'm concerned about moving too far away from actually addressing what are seen as the barriers, but I also understand that that might have evolved over time. Is that making any sense at this late hour?
Thank you for that question, Trustee King. And recognizing that I have not been part of the entire history in how this has, how this started and how it has evolved, I'll just take a crack at responding to your question, and then my colleagues can build on this. I think what you're getting to the heart of is what I identify as what were the problems that this policy was intended to solve. Right? So there was a policy in place, and there were protocols around how students gained access to specialty programs in the TDSB. And you've identified that various data indicated that there were some things that were working, and some things that were not working. And perhaps another way to say that there were some processes that were working better for some students than for other students, or some populations than for other populations. And so the board and staff decided to take that on to try and address that issue of disproportionality. A policy was created, resulting in what we now call a lottery system. And that has caused, have highlighted some things that that the public and that trustees and staff have said, may or may not be working. And so they've taken this on, or we've taken this on, to try and solve certain problems. And I think what you're pointing to is almost going back to the foundation of what we were trying to accomplish in the revision of the policy in the first place, and ensuring that as we go out for deeper consultation, we do not lose sight of those initial problems that the board was trying to solve, which was grounded in ensuring that disproportionalities were addressed. And so hearing what you're asking, and contemplating as well what other trustees, including Trustee Pei, have identified, we need to hold all these things up as we consult to make sure that we don't lose sight of any of them. And in particular, you're highlighting those initial issues that the policy revision was intended to solve for. So I do take your point, and want to make sure that we center that and the new issues that have surfaced as we move forward in the consultation. And we expect that we're going to be hearing much of what you've highlighted, much of what Trustee Pei has highlighted and other trustees have highlighted. And then staff will need to consider that, all that feedback in what we bring forward as a revised policy. I do want to note what Superintendent Felsen said at the start of the presentation, that what comes back, could look similar or there are different degrees, rather, right, of change in what comes back, but it's going to be responsive to what's heard. I do also note what Superintendent Felsen said around responsiveness isn't necessarily reflective of the loudest voices or the majority voices, and it does not mean that those voices will be discounted by any means. All feedback must be considered. However, we need to still keep as a driver the initial problems that we were trying to solve to make sure that that all students have access to excellent programs. And while I've got the microphone, and before I pass it to Superintendent Felsen, I do want to make a plug that in as much as we're talking about specialty programs, now our student interest programs, one of our goals is to make sure that we strive for excellence in all of our programs, in all of our schools, so that all of our students have access to opportunities to achieve at their potential. Over to you, Superintendent Felsen.
Thank you. Through the chair, it is getting late, and I'm starting to forget what the original question was from Trustee King, but I'm going to do my best. There's a lot of history to what we used to call specialized programs, and we knew back in 2010 there was a TDSB research study about challenges to the admissions processes to the specialized programs. We then engaged in the Enhancing Equity Task Force in 2016, which led to the Integrated Equity Framework, and then ultimately the Secondary Program Review in 2019, which really aimed to address these inequities. And it was a board motion that really directed staff to review policies and procedures with an anti-oppressive approach to understand how our policies may be inadvertently creating barriers and perpetuating the outcome we are dedicated to challenging and changing. So there's a long history to this work. This work is grounded in a lot of work that has been occurring for many years. And this policy was the first attempt, and we look forward to doing the consultation process over the next 90 days, beginning in June, to get it right. Thanks very much.
Thank you through Chair, and the director, I think, heard and repeated back exactly what I was looking to share. It's what is the problem that we're seeking to solve? Are we still solving that? If it's still is it still the problem that we're solving now? And if not, is there a new problem that we're seeking to solve? Just to give one solid example before I give up my time here, when I think about, the audition process, because we're talking about the possibility of, how that may weigh in again, that was one of the areas where we identified, through audition processes, there were biases that came in. So to me, it's fine to have the conversations about, if we reintroduce that and into what balance, but then how are we talking about how we address the issue of biases? So I think that's understood by staff. I'm just making a point so that there's a solid example to go with that, and appreciate, again, the work. I'm looking forward to all to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Bay, coming back to you.
And thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I have another question. When the IB was excluded from, proposed by the staff, excluded from the lottery system, why Max, Tops, or Arts have been not being excluded from the CSIP program?
Thank you. And through the chair.
Not Arts, it's like Max and Tops, because they also have external measure program like AP courses and exams.
Through the chair, thank you, Trustee Bay, for the question. The IB program is entirely externally managed. The MAX program and the TOPS program, students can choose to write the AP exams, but AP is not a program that is a required component to any of our MST programs, but all of our MST programs the criteria are determined by our schools, by staff. The IB is different in that it is externally managed. At the TOPS program or the MAX program, we can make decisions at the school board about how those programs are to be run. We can't make those same determinations with respect to IB programming.
So the IB program excluded program because it was run by external bodies, governing bodies, right? Because they have a different standard from our board.
It's through the chair to the trustee. It's not so much about a standard. Those are the criteria that they set. We have no ability to change those criteria. Whereas with the MAX program or the TOPS program that you've mentioned, those are TDSB programs that were created in-house through our school board over many years. But we have the ability to change criteria for programs within the school board. We don't have that same ability with any aspect of the International Baccalaureate program.
Okay, thank you. Assuming Madam Chair, my next question really focus on the letter that was provided, by the former Minister of Education, Stephen Leitchi, to ensure that the province of Crimea to a modern 21st century education system focus on academic excellence. However, the revised policy does not make any mention of academic achievement or academic excellence, either in the text or guiding principle. So, through Madam Chair, can staff clarify with me why this wording is not included? Why this is not the academic excellence not getting principle for these programs?
Thank you for that question, Trustee Pei, and through you. I appreciate you surfacing and highlighting that particular sentence or a couple of sentences from the minister's letter. The policy is in draft now for review, and there's certainly an opportunity to make changes before it comes back to the board. So thank you for that, Trustee Pei.
Okay, so Madam Chair, so may I ask you, Director, would you include academic excellence in the next board policy draft as a guiding principle?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's going to be taken back and considered in what is brought back to trustees for approval. And I want to make clear that that is not dodging the question, Trustee Pei. However, there's a consultation process for a reason, and I certainly don't want to preempt in any way the policy that is going to be brought back for trustee consideration. And certainly, I'm taking your question as feedback that must be considered in what is brought back. So duly noted, Trustee Pei. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Through you, Madam Chair. So I want to really ask the next question regarding the data. What kind of data is the staff is preparing to present it to us in the next meeting?
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. Trustee Pei, I just want to, we take your question and note your question, and we'll take it back, but want to refocus the conversation on the report that's before you for receipt. And my team is saying that they actually have a quick answer for this. So I'm going to ask the good doctor to give a very quick answer, but Trustee Pei, I'm going to ask through the chair that any questions are on the actual report that's before trustees for receipt.
We will be looking at pre and post student data in terms of the P100 policy. We're looking at EQAO, report card marks, credit accumulation, learning skills data.
Okay, what about attrition data?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it attrition data. We will be looking at mobility information as well.
Okay, so Madam Chair, would you, the board staff, looking the number of students who could not get into the specialized program by the lottery system, whether they move to another board? Can we have that number too?
Through you, Madam Chair, trustee will take that that request back and consider what we bring back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Director. My next question really, I just want to go back, to this high perform athletes program. Is like, when I look at the data, it's 63% student in 2020 identified as white.
So Trustee Pei, that's not on the policy that's in front of us. We're asked to give comments on the draft policy that's going to be going out for consultation. If you have questions about specific programs, if you need to learn more about programs, please take that offline. Okay,
thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, my next question would be is, so when the staff expected to come up with the consultation questions? And would those questions be consulted by trustees? Or PIAC committees or CIAC committees, like parent groups? Before it really went to before it really go to the public.
Thank you, and through the chair, will be piloting the questions as we move forward. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't get the answer quite clearly. Is there a timeline? Is it like is it yes or no? Is it like why don't I ask yes or no questions? Our
Sorry,
trustee?
there is a timeline in Appendix D.
That is June 23rd. That's the date, June 23rd. The public consultation questionnaire are going to come out, survey.
Yes, so it's going.
That's through the chair. That's what we're aiming for. Thank you.
Okay, so before that, through Madam Chair, like, do we get a first look at the consultation surveys before it really goes out to public?
Thank you. And through the chair, that's not part of our normal process with respect to the consultation process. Thank you.
Okay. So what is the normal consultation process? Through Madam Chair, could the staff explain to me?
Through the chair, sorry, I'm just going to look up the number, but Trustee Pei, we do have a procedure that speaks to the steps taken in a policy consultation, and I believe the number is 501. Just don't want to get confused with the genes. 501 is the policy for policy development and management, and there are steps outlined in that policy and procedure.
Through Madam Chair, could staff just briefly explain to me?
So thank you for the question. We're not able, we're happy to, we'd have to look up the actual procedure in order to outline it specifically for you. But what you've actually requested is not part of that particular procedure. Thank you.
So, through Madam Chair, so as trustee, can we get a brief on this?
Through you, Chair. Trustee Pei, staff will forward that procedure to you. And upon your review, you're welcome to forward any questions that you have and we'll respond.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Director. Just one second. I think it's important we understand the student voice and the parents' voice so important into this policy. We as a trustee, we have the duty to listen to parents and the students, to value what claim to uphold equity, transparency, and academic excellence. The current lottery system, I believe, fail all three. First, the policy undermines merit and student motivation. Second, we're eroding trust. Third, perhaps most ironically, this system is not truly equitable. Equity does not mean eliminating criteria. It means removing real barrier and offering support. A random job doesn't lift underserved students. It simply introduces more uncertainties, while still favoring those with the time and resources to play the game. The testimony we heard tonight was heartfelt and clear. Students want to be chosen based on who they are, what they work for, and what they bring, not a lottery number. Let's reform where we must, but not do it thoroughly. Let's build access, not abandon standards. Let's support students, not throw them randomly. It's time to pause, listen, and rethink this policy. Our families are watching, our students are hoping, and our responsibility is clear. Center our interest on the students and the family. Thank you. For that reason, I reject this report.
Thank you, Trustee Siskandaraja.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to staff for, listening to the advocacy and, initiating this review earlier than it was scheduled. I think that's a good signal to the community that we're listening. I just had one question. Maybe it was covered and I missed it, but can I just get a little bit more clarification through you, Madam Chair, what the rationale was for IB to be taken out of the lottery in this policy draft? Like the thinking behind that.
Sorry, staff clarified earlier that IB is an externally managed and regulated program. We don't, as the TDSB, we don't have say in the program. So it is not a TDSB central interest program. And that's why it's been taken out.
Thank you. So through you, Madam Chair, if that is the case, the students that are currently in it and the students who are going to in September, they went through the lottery? Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, they did. And they will continue. The class coming in this coming year will have gone through the lottery process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Trustee Patel?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, everyone. My question is also related to IB, since we have removed IB from the student interest program. Going forward in September, how are we running this program now? I mean, what is the message to the parent community?
You're running the program in September.
Through the chair, good evening, Trustee Patel. As I indicated earlier, there would be no change to the admissions practices until a new policy is adopted. So for the fall, we anticipate running the same admissions practices as has been in place for this current school year. Thank you.
And going forward in 2026, it will be the old policy where student has to go through the process, or still it's going to be a lottery system?
Sorry, Trustee Patel, could you please repeat the question? I just couldn't hear you.
So since we adopted the lottery system, even in IB, this was not the case prior to the lottery program. Since we have removed IB from the lottery program, what will be the new process for the students who want to be at the Madam Chair, hold on, Madam Chair, it's a point of order. If any trustee is frustrated, respectfully, they can leave the room.
Sorry, Trustee Patel.
Yes, it's my room. I can hear so loudly, Madam Chair. If you cannot stop a trustee who's making that loud.
Trustee Patel, it is 1 minute to 11. We have a hard stop at 11.
I understand, Madam Chair. I understand that. But when somebody's talking.
Trustee Patel, could you please not yell?
Madam Chair, you have to, tell the trustee that there is a question asked. We can ask 10 times. We sit patiently too when people ask questions. If they cannot handle the questions, sorry, you can leave the room.
Trustee Patel, I'm sorry. I will issue you an apology. It is not about your questions. I'm going to ask staff to answer your questions, but
through you, Madam Chair, these questions.
As soon as staff answer the question, please, as soon as staff, Trustee Patel, as soon as staff answer the question, I am going to call the meeting. It is 11 o'clock. It's committee. We have a hard stop at 11. That is the issue that's in the room, is people are tired and they still need to make their way home. So I apologize for the sounds that can be heard from the room. Can you please repeat your question so that staff may answer?
So I have told that one question that since the process has been IB is eliminated from special interest program, what will be the new admission process? Will be still a lottery system or the one prior we had? That's number one question. Number two question about the God bless me.
I can answer the first question while you're thinking of the second one, Trustee Patel. To be clear, the removal of IB isn't going to happen until a new policy is adopted. So until the new policy is adopted, our current practice continues. It is status quo. We will continue with the random selection process that is currently in place for IB.
Thank you. Through Madam Chair, the consultation process, the questions which will be drafted, will that be shared with trustees, or the questions of consultations will be just flown to the parents and the community? Will trustee be consulted on the questions of special interest program in the next consultation process?
Through the chair, that is not our practice. The questions will be shared. They are operational in nature in terms of development of those questions, and they will be shared with trustees at the time of public consultation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I need this is to be received for information. There's no recommendation here. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please?
Skandarajah.
Thank you. Trustee
Last.
All those in favor?
Trustee Patel against.
Trustee Pay against.
Favor.
Logical saying in my favor.
Thank you. Who are we missing? You? Or I'm in favor. In favor.
Trustee Nunziata against.
No.
Doesn't get received.
Yeah, in favor. Thank you. I need a mover and a seconder to adjourn.
Skandarajah.
Thank you. Any opposed? Oh, last one. Thank you. We are adjourned. Thank you very much, staff. People in the room. You turn off the mics.